Yeah, okay. Yup. We are here. We are here. Everything is starting. Yep. Hope y'all can hear me well today. Welcome. Let me send the tweet out. Gots to send the tweet out. Let people know that we in the building. If y'all hear a bunch of like fans, it's because it's a bunch of fans in here. Super hot in this room in particular. So forgive me if it sounds a little crazy or whatnot, but we gotta stay cool. In the midst of all of the madness, ladies and gentlemen, you have to stay cool. You know, I can't wait till I get to the point to where it's like, as soon as I get it going, people are running up in here. But that'll come. That'll come. I gotta share this. hmm Can't wait to get into today's live. Wonder what we'll get into. I got a few things queued up. Um, just some old posts and stuff that I want to expound on, that I want to, rant about and all of that. I definitely want to talk about it. So let's get it going. Let's get it going. Oh man, I want everybody to come on through. I told y'all we was gonna be starting earlier. The 8 o'clock and all of that. Like, while cool, I would much rather start earlier so we can finish earlier. Also, this week is going to be the Hotep History Book Club. We starting that this week. We're gonna do it one chapter at a time, I think. And then we're gonna have a discussion about it. It will be on Patreon only, so make sure you subscribe. Patreon.com/Hotep History. You definitely want to tap in there. I had a Juneteenth post where we were, just going over the different emancipation days. I actually went on Sunny's show on Saturday to talk about that as well. So shout out to my sister Sunny Johnson. Is always love whenever we get together. And I tell her all the time, like, yo, for Sunny Johnson, I'll drop what I'm doing. Whatever I'm doing, I'm dropping it, and we gonna get to it, because Sunny has been an integral piece to not only my ascension as a person who cares about our culture, who cares about our politics, our economics, our social life, and all that other stuff, but just being a genuine friend. Sunny has exhibited some of the most just raw, unfiltered attributes or characteristics of friendship, and I can't thank her enough. She has been a beacon out here for a lot of us. She has been such a genuine friend to me, a genuine ally to Hotep Nation. As far as I'm concerned, Sunny Johnson is Hotep. So you know how that goes. So I truly appreciate Sunny Johnson for everything that she's done for me, what she's done for Hotep Nation. And I remember back when, what was that, 2015 at this point? 2015, I had her on my podcast. So that's how far back me and Sunny go. Like, me and Sunny are like really ace booms for real. So I appreciate Sunny, and I appreciate Sunny's Corner. If you guys have Sirius XM, make sure that you check her show out every Saturday starting at 1 o'clock on Patriot XM. All right. I think that's channel 125. So I want to get a few the day ones in here. Definitely want to get a few of the day ones in here to make sure that we can have a nice little dialogue. So hopefully Scruggs, and yeah, here we go. Look, as soon as I said his name, there goes Scruggs right there. What up, Scruggs? Hope you doing well this evening, brother. We starting earlier. Tomorrow is Goldstein's stream at 4:15, so we won't be streaming this early then. But as soon as Goldstein's space is over, no, because Tuesdays is Comedicine. So when it comes to Tuesdays, I might have to start earlier than that. To be totally honest with y'all, I might have to do some early afternoon stuff if I'm going to get content out on Tuesdays, because I told y'all I'm not missing Comedicine. Comedicine is a super dope show. Um, Now, of course, as we get more popular over here, Hotep History, I know I'm going to have these types of obligations to you guys. What's going on, Perspective? Welcome, welcome. It's my first time seeing you in a chat. Pull up a chair, get comfortable. But yeah. So I'm a huge fan of Comedicine. Dr. Inky is definitely somebody I've been following for about the same amount of time that I've been following Sonny Johnson, about 10 years. I've been watching him from the Sinetta days. So I have a great appreciation for him and a great respect for him in the way that he's just synthesizing this. I don't even know what to call it, because it's a mixture between biology and health and history, and like he's just a wealth of knowledge, and I love tapping into Comedicine. So shout out to HJ for having that. Shout out to Dr. Inky for tapping in with the community. Oh, it's my boy Yay. What's going on, my man? What's going on, bro? What's going on? Hope you good, brother. Thank you for tapping in. I appreciate you for tapping in. So yeah, man. I just I appreciate my network. More than you guys know. I appreciate Hotep Nation, man. Like, I appreciate this network. Y'all saw in the last stream, we were watching a video of Chad O. Jackson talking to Jason Whitlock, and just all of the things that I'm interested in, because I told y'all about just like how I fall off of the historical research wagon when it comes to 1965 and beyond. And Chad O. Jackson is somebody who took the time to really research what was going on with the civil rights movement, what was going on with Martin Luther King. And we were on stream watching his interview with Jason Whitlock, and my man Maj Toure, based upon a tweet that I said, hit Chad up for me. And because Maj is part of my network, he has a large reach and stuff like that. Chad felt the need to respond to him. You know what I'm saying? Felt the need to respond to him and tapped in. And I'll have y'all know, I have Chad's number. We DM'd, so we gonna be locking in. We're gonna be locking in. You dig? I'm like I said, I'm gonna try to work that watch party in for y'all, where I'll buy I'll buy the movie from Chad from his website, and then on the Patreon, charge an admission to get into the Patreon to watch it. People like Scruggs is already going to be there, because Scruggs was actually the first person to subscribe to my Patreon, so I know Scruggs is going to be there. And it's I think I'm going to break it up into 2 parts. It's a 4-hour documentary, if this is possible, if Chad will let me. We're going to break it up into 2 parts since it's a 4-hour documentary. We'll do the first 2 hours the first day, and then the last 2 hours the next day, just so we're not burning everybody out. But I will say, the average time on my streams is usually 4 hours anyway, so we'll see. But this is all, again, if Chad gives me permission, because I don't want to disrespect him in any way with the art that he did, the craft that he, all of the time and effort that he put into his film. But I know for sure I am copying that movie. I'm copying that documentary, rather, and tapping in and taking as many notes as possible, because just off of the interviews that he's done about it, and off the clips that he's done, just showing bits and pieces of the documentary, there was a whole bunch of knowledge where I'm researching around it. I'm right there next to it or adjacent to it, but he's naming names that I didn't think of. I mean, we know about Stanley Levinson and stuff like that, or Barrett Rustin, or Jack Odell. I know about those guys, but I didn't know about, I forgot what the white guy's name was that rented out that house to the black family in the white neighborhood and then bombed his own property to create these hoaxes. And if you guys were around, during the Black Lives Matter days, or paying attention, like, I'm pretty sure you were around. I'm sure everybody in here is older than 5 years old. But when it comes to some of the things that was going down during the protests and stuff like that, a lot of it was artificial. And that was something that I do appreciate about the powers that be. What I do appreciate about, the so-called enemy and stuff like that, is that they don't really divert from the playbook. They keep the same plays going over and over through time. I tell everybody all of the time that history is cyclical. History is very cyclical. There's a lot of things that are going on right now that were happening almost verbatim 100 years ago. I'm talking about almost verbatim. So if we're just talking about the artificiality of the civil rights movement and some of the things that were just not organic, they were not authentic, they were not genuine, they were clearly forced, they were clearly agitated for an express purpose, an expressed agenda, you'll see a lot of those same things in Black Lives Matter. Period. So I know we like to have rose-colored glasses when it comes to the things that we believe are the right things to do. So the civil rights movement obviously is one of those things. They become like sacred cows to where you can't even say anything about it. Definitely Martin Luther King. Definitely Martin Luther King. I've seen people on the left and the right use Martin Luther King for whatever political means that they want. Like, oh, Dr. Martin Luther King wouldn't appreciate you guys protesting in the street and burning things down. That's what the right wingers would say. And then the left wingers would be like, oh, Martin Luther King wouldn't appreciate all of the oppressive measures that the Republicans are taking and all this other stuff. So they use him as a catch-all for whatever behaviors they want to put onto people or to say that they're not doing, because Dr. Martin Luther King will be, disappointed in you. And even in that was something that Chad brought up to where it's like, yo, why does that matter? We talked about it a little bit on the last stream and stuff like that, but they treated him as if, like, contemporarily and in the history and contemporary today, they treat him as if, like, yo, if Martin Luther King didn't exist, if Martin Luther King didn't become the civil rights leader that he became, that none of the rights or none of the things that we enjoy today as far as Black Americans would exist. That's how they paint it. And could you imagine if they would have said that about like a D. Ray McKesson or Sean King? We call him Fraud King or Talcum X. But could you imagine that type of narrative over these people? You dig what I'm saying? So it's like, when you really just start to take a step back and just look at things objectively, and I think it does come with age. You know what I'm saying? So, Donique, let me let you know something. We are actually reading Color, Communism, and Common Sense in the Hotep History Book Club. So that's super dope. You're I think the second or third person that said that they're currently reading. I think Scruggs is reading it as well. It's a great book. It's not a long read. It's not a super deep read. It's very to the point. It's very practical in the way that it's written. It's, it's not a whole bunch of illustrious words. It's not, like I tell y'all about the 19th century literature and stuff. They're very illustrative. They're very wordy, run-on sentences out the wazoo and all of that stuff. So like when it comes to this book, however, Color, Communism, and Common Sense, is very just straightforward, to the point. Yo, this is what they were doing. I only know this because I was within the ranks. That is what really stamps it for me. What stamps it for me is that Manning Johnson was not somebody that was on the outside looking in. He was a communist for 10 years, a high-ranking communist for 10 years. So that does bring validity to it. You dig what I'm saying? So yeah, definitely. That's a suggested read. That's a required reading if you are a Hotep historian, for real. And that's what I consider y'all. You guys who tap in with me every day on my streams and are contributing to the conversation, contributing to just learning this stuff and wanting to learn this stuff. You guys are 100% Hotep historians. So again, consider subscribing to the patreon.com/Hotep history. Again, patreon.com/Hotep history. You guys will not be disappointed. You'll enjoy it. So today I wanted to, let me first and foremost say, now that I have some people in here, welcome. I am your host, President Hotep Dubes. This is the Hotep History Live show, where we talk about the past of Black America and American history overall as it pertains to the things that we want. You dig what I'm saying? The actual Black American narratives, centering Black people in those narratives. That's why we are here, and we're going to be here every day. The time does vary. Our business hours are a little bit crazy right now just because I'm working out the best times, but right now we're going to be starting at 4:30. for most days. Tuesdays will be a little bit different. Wednesdays we right back to 4:30, things of that nature. So just tap in with me. My boy Vincent is in the building. 2 emoji salute, brother. You already know. Don't give me my 2 targets just yet. Don't give me my 2 bullseyes just yet. You got to let me cook first and see if you like what I'm cooking this evening. Shout out to Vincent. Donique says, I love reading through a black gaze versus a white gaze. Yo, listen, Donique, you are in good company. Donique, you talking that good shit. I ain't gonna lie to you, brother. You talking that good stuff, because that's exactly what Hotep history is about. That's exactly what we are about over here. Ask Vincent, ask Scruggs, ask Glasgow, ask Clifton. You dig what I'm saying? Ask the Watcher what we be talking about over here. You dig? We do not center white people in black history. If white people are involved, we'll let them, I will always give them their proper credence to whatever, or proper credit to whatever the story is about. I won't exclude them unnecessarily. But when it comes to black American history on this side, over here at Hotep History, we center black Americans and black American narratives, because that's exactly what it's supposed to be about. When it's time to center white American history and American history in talking about white people, I have absolutely no problem listening to the white history. You do not have to center black people about it. And I ain't gonna lie, historically, that's never been something that's happened. You dig? So that's what we do over here. So you are in good company, brother. He also says, I'm currently, we already talked about that. So that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. I'm glad to see everybody. I'm glad to see familiar names in the chat. So let's get it going. I was going through my library thinking about certain things that I wanted to talk about, whatnot. And then we also going to go through the archives as well. I've filtered the newspapers this time, because the last time, I don't know if that was, I think Friday, we was going through the newspapers, boy, and it was nothing but bad news. It was nothing but bad news. And that's just largely due to the truth of the matter. There's a lot of press, white-owned press, that whenever the word Negro came up, it was largely negative. So, I had to filter for the black newspapers, obviously, and we were able to, get some good stuff. So you got that on the way, too. If my internet does not freaking embarrass me like it normally does on the stream, we'll be able to get to the stuff. If not, I have absolutely no problem running my gums and being able to make the points that I'm making. But one of the tweets that I had, it was basically talking about the solutions. That's what black America, when it really hits fever pitch, when people are fed up, when we want to actually make a change, there's these different moments in time. The first time was when Trump, the first time in this contemporary sense, of course, was when, was when Trayvon Martin was killed. And after that, Mike Brown, all of this stuff. So during that time, it was, what are the solutions? Then, I gave my solutions and stuff. This is around the time that I wrote the book, Black American Inc. $1 Trillion Nation. And then after that, it was Trump running and winning the presidency, because everybody thought, Jim Crow 2.0 was about to come back. So, of course, people were like, yo, what are the solutions? Again, I gave the same solutions that I gave when I first found out the first batch during the, Trayvon and Mike Brown time. And then just so on and so forth of different historical or cultural events that were pretty big, that affected millions of people at the very least in the country. And black Americans being like, yo, what do we do now? What are the solutions? And I wrote a tweet, and I'm not going to keep doing this with the computer. You guys got to give me some pointers on strengthening my internet connection, for real. Because I'm telling y'all, when I'm not streaming, it's totally fun. I was sitting on this laptop for like a good 30, 40 minutes, maybe even an hour before I even got on stream, just browsing the internet, doing what I'm doing, preparing myself. Like even the tabs that I have up, I don't think you guys can see the tabs, but even the tabs that I have up, it took me no time to get them up. They've been sitting there, and as soon as I get the streaming, here we go with the lag. But it's all good. So I tweeted this, I don't know how long ago. It wasn't that long ago, because this is my new page anyway. My first original page I had since I was 19 years old, but then during before Elon took over the app or whatever, I got banned for saying something to this guy. I got mass reported, and then he got my account out of here. But I had that page since I was 19 years old. I had about 25,000 followers. You know, gained. I put a lot of work in on that page. Won't even lie. So it wasn't that long ago. It was actually last March, and we'll try again with the tabs. If it's gonna come up, we don't know. No, not this one. Okay, so it does have. It's looking a little bit better now. At least it's not white. At least it's not a white screen like the other one. No, not that one yet. Which one is it? I know it's one of these guys. It's one of these tabs. We'll get to it. No, it's not a photo. So it may be this one. And yeah, I listed off just a bunch of solutions that I believe, you know, are going to be practical and applicable and 100% doable for Black Americans. That's what I truly believe. Here we go. It's this one. It's this tab. And yeah, and we're going to see if you guys agree with me. I think you will, though. So I say the solution to Black America has been the same for over 100 years, right? Get married, have lots of kids, buy land, grow your own food, independently or homeschool your kids, pool your resources, apply group economics, zero tolerance for degeneracy, vote locally for your interests. Right? So that's what I was saying, you know, last year as far as this account, but I've been saying this for years and years and years and years. Now, of course, I had a bunch of people calling me all types of dumb and telling me that, again, the stuff that they always tell me that all they're going to do is just bomb us and all this other stuff. And for me, that's never going to be a deterrent. And the reason why it's not a deterrent is because for all of the things that cause your destruction, all of the things that causes your demise, you pursue that with all of the gumption, all of the ambition, determination that you want. When it's time for you to go buy the Don Julio or eat your Popeye's chicken or give your money to an entity, business, establishment outside of your community, nothing and no one can stop you. You are 100% motivated, dedicated, inspired to make that happen. You want that Balenciaga outfit. You want the Louis Vuitton. You want the designer this. You want to be able to fly here and do that. Use the white man's. There's nothing that is going to stop you from procuring, creating, having all of the creature comforts that you want that makes your life easier, but will also have long-term detrimental effects. But when I say get married, have lots of kids, buy land, and grow your own food, now all of a sudden, this is so impossible. Nobody's going to let us do this. Racism this, white supremacy that. And that's the reason why we have this disconnect. You dig what I'm saying? But I will tell you this. Nothing as it pertains to Hotep History Live that I say is going to be new. Everything. I will say 99.8% of the things that I'm going to be saying is directly from the ancestors and the way they lived. Directly. And so for me, I look at it like, yo, there's no need to reinvent the wheel. For what? There's absolutely no need to reinvent the wheel. And the only reason I truly believe that this is even a thing is because people came within these past, several decades and tried to. They tried to flip Black American progress or Black American advancement on its ear. So despite the hundreds of years that preceded it that got them to that point, we're going to disregard that and we're going to usher in a new way of thinking. And this is when the new Negro movement that we talked about with the communism video during the early 20th century. So yeah, it's about 100 years. So within this 100 years, the ancestors were talking about, all the stuff that I got listed here. But then there was also a new crop of people who were, coming into this country, just being honest, and we'll get into that too, who were pushing a new type of thinking. So over the last few days, I had took a trip down to Black Marxist Twitter. Just wanted to see what the Black Marxists were doing, what they were talking about and stuff like that. I may have gone over there once or twice before. I kind of stay away from Black Marxist Twitter for the most part because their ideologies I study, like their thought leaders and stuff like that. I've read A. Philip Randolph. I've read Harry Haywood. I've read Hubert Harrison. I've read Claude McKay, Cyril Briggs. Just these people that I just have at the top of my head. I'm pretty sure there's more, but I read their black thought leaders as far as Marxism, communism, socialism. Of course, the 10-point program when it comes to the Black Panther Party, you name it. For the most part, I've ran the gamut on the people that they get their information from. So whatever they're going to be tweeting is just going to be just, distillations or synthesized, boiled down versions or, concentrated versions of whatever these people were saying. So it was really no incentive for me to do it. But because I was doing the things that I've been doing in the last few days of the stream, just talking about the influence of cultural Marxism. I was talking to Sonny about the cultural Marxism that have infected Black America in the the mid 1960s going into the 70s and stuff like that. So I was like, you know what? Let me see what the Black Marxists are doing. So I went over there and chat. Let me tell y'all, all they do is complain and beg. And this is what I mean. Like, first of all, I want to say again, all they do is complain and beg. And when you, in its rawest form, break down socialism, Marxism, communism, that's what it's about. These people are so used to, especially coming from, because they usually get this stuff when they're young. Going middle school, high school, going into college, those formidable years, right? Where you think you know everything, you got the world figured out and stuff like that. So under the tutelage or under the care, under the provisions of their parents, usually, they start to get these ideas. And what you'll see is that thought leaders, whether you're on our side of the ideological, aisle or their side, they will always or usually often liken the household to a government. I keep bringing up this domestic education book. I keep bringing it up, but I'm going to bring it up today. You dig what I'm saying? And basically, being able to draw comparisons between the government, the state, and then your home, you start to see the parallels, right? So these people, they come up under their parents. Everything that they are eating, wearing, ingesting or whatever it is being provided to them by their parents for the most part. You know what I'm saying? The vast majority of the materials or resources that they have are coming from their parents or parental, guardians or whatever it is. So when you are learning about a political ideology that is similarly treating the government the same way you're treating your parent, you start to draw these comparisons in your mind and you start to make sense of it in this way. So these people believe that it's the external or the community, the state, however, the external to be responsible for them because we're all one. We're all one big community. We're all one big country or one big government or whatever it is. These entities who clearly have more than me, like my parents clearly have more than me, need to be able to subsidize my lifestyle based upon the lifestyle that I am living. That's their ideology, is that the external is responsible for all of the stuff that I need to get done. And then I hold the power of all of the things that I want to get done. So what they want to do is be able to sit on Twitter and complain and be able to link up with their other Marxist friends and complain and read books that don't really help you in any way. But their responsibility of housing themselves, feeding themselves, clothing themselves, providing for themselves overall, that's the government's job, or that's another party's job. And I'll illustrate my point by showing you this. Okay, these are just a few screenshots that I took while I was over in Marxist Twitter. So let me show y'all what's actually being said over there. So y'all know I'm not lying on these people just to get you guys on my side or to, understand where I'm coming from. This is Black Marxist Twitter. All right. So we see dude's profile. It doesn't really matter. But in the bio, they, them, artist, queer, youth leader, all of this stuff. All of the stuff that you would, expect. Right. And so here we go. This picture is of him asking for bread. So he says, okay, so I'm going to need some help this week with groceries. Goal of $150. Any help is greatly appreciated. Right? So off the rip, off the dribble, he's like, yo, I need y'all to feed me. I'm a grown man. I have all of these different expectations for the government. I'm a Marxist. I believe what I believe, or I'm a socialist, or I'm a communist, whatever it is. However, I can't provide $150 for myself. So I need you guys to pay for my groceries, right? So that was at the time that I took the screenshot, 6 days. Then, on his page, 2 hours later, I guess I'll go to his page after he says this. Still nothing. I haven't eaten anything yet today, and I need to restock on water. Can 7 people... It says it's disconnecting. Can y'all see me, Hopeless? All right, just want to make sure. I know these streams is a little bit crazy. But anyway, he truly believes that it would be against him or oppressive if he just went to go get a job. So the logic is the people who do have money, somehow this money just magically appears in their bank account. You dig what I'm saying? Somehow magically appears in their bank account, and then they love him so much, they're benevolent, and they're just going to give it to him. And this was my same issue. This was my same discrepancy when it came down to the Black Panther Party. It's like, yo, you say that you are not participating in capitalism, and you think capitalism is inherently racist, inherently exploitive, inherently bad, inherently evil. Dig it. But you are accepting donations. You are also exchanging, like they were selling Miles books, they were selling the newspaper, stuff like that, to be able to create or generate capital, to be able to run the movement, find the finances side of it. Breakfast is not free. The breakfast that they made every morning for the kids, right? That had to be paid for by somebody. That had to be paid for. You dig? Whatever it was, it needed money. So while you can say, hey, we're against capitalism, 100% of the people who are donating money that they earn from their job under capitalism. You get me? So when you are sitting there saying, having all of this anti-capitalistic, all these anti-capitalistic views, and then needing money to be able to fuel your movement in this capitalistic country, the only source that you could get it from outside of a benevolent benefactor, you dig what I'm saying, is the people. And since you are this is what you are, power to the people. It's about the people. The people are donating this time, this money, time, and all this other stuff to you based upon the money that they earn from their job. So that's the first person. All right. Then the next person, it's a similar story. Now, this is a trans person or whatever. All of their ideologies align with all these other people. I'm not making this stuff up. These people are espousing extreme left or heavy left, heavy Marxist, heavy communistic views on their timelines. I just took these screenshots to illustrate a point. And this one's actually a little bit more popular. So this guy, didn't show how many retweets he got, but he didn't get anything. Yet this person, they says, I haven't eaten in about 3 days. It's really getting hard today. I lost my dad after Father's Day. Rest in peace, my condolences. And still recovering from my accident during the riots. So, this is somebody that was out there, I guess, in the LA riots or, whatnot. Got themselves hurt. Lost a father. Again, my condolences. And then on top of that, they haven't eaten in about half the week, right? That was 4 days ago. They retweeted that and said, how many days I went hungry and didn't make a dime off this app. I post my need and let it be. I've been helped and I've been ignored. But every time I've been honest, every time I've been an honest human being. Do something good today and help someone in need. So I want to let you guys know something. As we're going through this, I'm going to be responding to the ideologies of the particular tweets. I don't know these people personally. This person's birthday is 2 days before mine, at least date-wise. I'm more than sure they're younger than me. But because I know they exist, but I would hate to see people my age with this type of mentality. I'm 35. You dig what I'm saying? So a society cannot be run simply on charity. And the reason why is because yes, Vincent. Vincent going crazy in the chat. So let's go back. Let's go back before we even get to that. I know my point. Society can't be ran on charity. But Vincent says, what a grown man. Yes, a grown man was saying all of this. The founder of a group, apparently, that's supposed to be leading, a leader, is doing this. Right? Absolute weakness for sure. And then he says, for this person, what? No job, no job or food, but time to protest and get hurt. Yes, absolutely, Vincent. This is what I'm trying to tell you. This is what the ideology is behind the videos that we see on the timeline. You dig what I'm saying? Yeah, you'll have some videos of being able, people on the ground at the protest or whatever, espousing whatever they're espousing about that particular issue. The protest with this one is like defending illegal immigrants for being here illegally, which is insane to me. But yes, that's the logic. But when it comes down to their political ideologies, their economic ideologies, this is where you're going to get a lot more intel from them just by scrolling their timelines. You don't got to interact with them. That's why I blocked out their names and stuff like that, because I don't get down with the, harassing people. You don't got to do that. I'm going to let y'all know now, this wasn't on it was technically on my timeline if you went to my replies, but this was somebody replying to me and my boy Steph. And he was blown away. Y'all can see it because I'm blocking it. But he says, Jesus, they really all begging. But yes, so I do my best. Like on my timeline, you're not going to see too many things that I don't like on my timeline. I think it's counterproductive. I think it's counterintuitive, especially if I have a particular agenda. It wouldn't make any sense to espouse somebody else's agenda, even if I'm dunking on it. I would rather use these moments as a learning moment or whatever. But arguing with these people and all the other stuff, I'm not into it. It's not my thing. And it's not that I don't think I would win the debate. It's not think that I wouldn't be able to get all of the dopamine and the clout that will come on dunking on these people and their ideologies and stuff like that. But I know what it's like when I have people just vehemently disagreeing with my tweets and shit like that and getting all, up in arms about the shit that I'm saying. And I have no problem with debating. Absolutely zero problem with debating. But I do have a problem with dickheads in my mentions. I do. I really don't want to engage somebody off the rip insulting me or some shit like that. Like, listen, all of that is just going to give. I'd rather use that energy to keep bolstering my page. So the fact that you are seething this hard under my posts and shit like that just makes me feel better. I like to siphon the energy. I don't want to take your energy from all of the hate that you got, be able to make me feel powerful because I'm able to control your thought process and all of this other shit to where you had to stop what you were doing, whatever you were doing in your life, to respond to a tweet that I made hours before. That's power that I have. To argue with you would be to give that power and to give that energy back. And I'm not doing that. You gave me your energy. I'm freaking keeping it. That's just what it is. Good looking. And there's not too many times when I see rubbish or nonsense or foolishness to where I'm really compelled to even say something. It's not even like I'm holding back my, want or need to say anything. I genuinely think that was stupid that you said that, and I don't want to give it any type of validity by responding to it. You dig what I'm saying? Now, there'll be some times where I'll use, I'll treat them like their overlords treat them and treat them as a useful idiot and be able to be like, yo, listen, see what this fucking idiot just said in my mentions? Yeah, don't think like that because X, Y, and Z reasons. That's what I do. I don't even talk to them. I talk to my followers about the ideology that I'm responding to. I don't really care about these people as individuals. I don't know their background. I don't know why they're doing what they're doing. All I know is that they're espousing 100-year-old failing doctrines, failing ideologies, failing political behaviors, failing economic behaviors. And it's evident by the lives they are leading. Look at this person. Would you honestly debate economics with somebody who's literally begging online strangers to give them money? Does that make sense to you? You dig what I'm saying? Why would you go back and forth with somebody who's begging for money about economics? They clearly have no idea what they're talking about. You feel me? They clearly have no idea what they're talking about if they're begging for money, arguing with you about economics. So back to what I was saying. Society can't be run off of charity because humans, while great, I wouldn't want to be another species. You dig what I'm saying? There's a level of distrust or a level of selfishness that is always going to be a part of the human experience. You're going to want to enrich yourself. And sometimes you're going to want to enrich yourself at the expense of others. So what you do is you set up parameters in your society for your means of exchange, for your ability to build wealth and all that other stuff. It allows you to enrich yourself, but also it's not damaging to your neighbor. If I make $100,000 today, my neighbor is not worse for the wear. You dig what I'm saying? Now, if I choose to, within my own benevolence, to be like, hey, neighbor, here's some money because I care about you, that's my choice. But to have a society to where that's going to be the norm, and my neighbor is going to be waiting by the door until I pull up to be able to give him some food or give him some money, or else he won't be able to function, or no, I definitely don't want that. I absolutely do not want that. That is what you have a family for. When you're an adult, that's what you have a wife and children for, because those people are waiting at the door for you to come in with the provisions. That's okay. But for society to do that, absolutely not. Absolutely not. I'm not about to participate in a society like that. No. And for me, I think that's where a lot of these people get messed up, is that they believe that these things should be given to them. Now, I will say this. I won't say to their point, but I will say this. It would be nice. I think I said this in the other stream. It would be nice that for all of the taxes that we pay, that these things actually go to the people. That would be nice. But instead, it goes to other countries. It goes to a bunch of bullshit that we don't care about, a bunch of science and experiments that don't affect us for real. You dig what I'm saying? Like, the type of stuff that our government spends money on is absolutely insane. It truly is. So I always stand on the fact that, either give us all of our money that we earn throughout the year and all that other stuff, no taxes, or you actually use the taxes to make the lives of Americans better. Because I'll concede to small things. Like, I don't have a problem with free Wi-Fi, or it's not going to say free because it's not free because we're paying taxes, but subsidized Wi-Fi, to where it's like, because we spend, the tax revenue is what it is, right? Hundreds of billions, if not trillions of dollars and all this other stuff. Yeah, fuck it. Do a deal with Xfinity or Spectrum or whatever the internet service providers are. You dig what I'm saying? Get a government contract, and from there, every household, every establishment has Wi-Fi. I'm cool with that. I don't think, I can't think of any like negative implications, but this is the government, so who knows? Maybe we'll have another Palantir situation where being heavily surveilled due to it being a public Wi-Fi instead of private Wi-Fi. That could be it. But I'm just saying, as an example, that would be something that I'm cool with. You dig what I'm saying? To where it's like, everybody needs it. Everybody uses it. Let's do it like that. But when we get into subsidizing homes and subsidizing food and subsidizing all of this other stuff for people who otherwise would be able to provide for themselves if they just got up and, got a job and stuff like that, that's where you have a problem. That's where you get people like this who are expecting complete strangers to subsidize their life. This is what happens. So that's that slide. Then we have two more. We got this one and then the next one. This one is, it's actually two of them on this one. So the first one down here says, morning, although Juneteenth has passed, I still need to make this goal ASAP. Please keep boosting and donate if you can. Any amount is appreciated, more than you'll know. This person, I went to their page, they're getting up that $1,600 for rent. For rent. And this is how these people live. I'm more than sure if I were to go to these people's pages in August, in September, in December, they're going to be tweeting just like this. This person says, can I be safe on Juneteenth? Hi, I am just trying to get a hotel tonight, please. I've been called a nigger multiple times in this area and sexually harassed countlessly. I really just want to eat and sleep safely tonight, please. And then they ask a young trans girl who's homeless from from leaving abuse, just wants to get into a hotel, about $50 more. Then there was the information. I wasn't going to put the information in there because, again, I'm not going to have anybody be compelled to donate this to this or harass them. Look at my pin, please. And I guess the pin tweet was about, more fundraising and whatnot. Same person up here, they say C pinned, right? So this, again, is just the ideology. Subsidize my life. Subsidize my life. And the last person, person named Cookie Head, she says, happy Friday, good people. Still no job prospects or income. Thus, I am short on cheddar. $250 is the goal. And then quote tweeted that one, I guess days later or whatnot. Good evening, good people. Still trying to move where the money reside. Made a bit of progress, but still short. Please donate, retweet, share, like, and QT to boost. This is the lifestyle of these people. This is the lifestyle of cultural Marxists. And this is the reason why I'm optimistic. Because most of the black Americans that you're going to come across are not going to believe that it needs to be this drastic. Especially the black Americans who get up and go to work every day, who pay rent, pay mortgage, pay bills. You dig what I'm saying? Pay taxes. Like, these people are not going to, all of a sudden stop what they're doing, generating the income that they're generating, to hope that their Twitter followers or Facebook followers or, social media followers in general are going to take it out of the kindness of their own heart to subsidize or pay for them to live. That's just not going to happen. Hotep, Memphis, Hotep Watcher. I was shouting y'all out earlier. I knew y'all was going to come through. But yeah, yo, this is a problem, and I think it's a problem because it's really affecting the youth. Like, again, you're not gonna have too many 34-year-olds, 35-year-olds reading at least these people's ideology and being like, yeah, I need to do this. But when you're 13, 14, 15, 17, 18, 19 years old and all of that other stuff, and then you do have adults who are espousing this stuff, you dig what I'm saying? You are going to have an easier time clinging to this ideology. That's just what it is. So I don't know if y'all seen Friday, but this GIF is basically when Smokey's moms gives him money to go to the store for her. And he was like, yo, this ain't enough. Like, that was what the GIF is basically saying. Like, yo, this ain't enough. In the face of charity. I want y'all to, this is the reason why they're proving my point. I'm not using some anti-Marxist book or anything like that. I'm using their ideology, their behavior, and their thought process, for what it is against them, right? So the GIF is the tone of the tweet. That's the whole point of GIFs. To be able to convey a particular tone, a particular attitude with what you are saying. Sometimes it's for comedic offense, sometimes it's for comedic effect, sometimes it's for serious effect, whatever it is. But for the most part, it's to illustrate what you're conveying in your tweet. And if the scene where Smokey's moms gives him that little bit of piece of money, you dig what I'm saying? He's saying, yo, this ain't enough. And she say, make it enough. You dig what I'm saying? And you only focus on Smokey saying, yo, this ain't enough. What you are saying is, yo, I understand that you guys are working every day and you got your own responsibilities, you got your own bills and all this other stuff. However, this ain't enough. This ain't enough. Y'all need to give more. And that's the reason why society cannot be built off charity and charity alone. Because what's going to happen is it's never going to be enough. It's never going to be enough. I know that they believe that it's going to be enough eventually. Right now, if she would have got that $250 when she initially asked for it, she would think that that was enough. But we saw with the first guy, right? Oh, I tried, but this week I need some help as well. And then more than likely the next week after that, because there is no way to generate your own income. So it's never going to be enough. The average person in America makes about $1 million, $1 million point something dollars while they're in their lifetime. You dig what I'm saying? The average person. They are going to generate and spend about $1 million in their lifetime. So what we're saying here, what these people are saying here is that until I die, or until some crazy extraneous situation happens in my life to where I don't need to be subsidized anymore. You dig what I'm saying? You guys, as a collective, as society, are going to have to pay about $1 million for my life. That's what they're saying. Because she says, I would have to assume, or he says, or whatever, says, still no job prospects or income. Still. So let's just give them the benefit of the doubt that they're actually trying to look for a job. That's what it sounds like. If that continues to fall through, then you're going to continue to need subsidy. Now, I will say this. When it comes down to charity, I'm not against charity. You in a bind, you have a community of people that care about you. That's a part of group economics, if you ask me. It is. But when that person or people in your community are not doing anything to chip in when it's their time to donate or their time to contribute, then now you've become a burden on the rest of us. I'm pretty sure you guys are familiar with susus, right? And if you're not, susus is a way to pool money within a particular group of people. And on a schedule, everybody gets paid out. But the only way everybody gets paid out is if everybody pays in. That's how that works. So let's just say it's 10 people in the susu, right? So everybody every week or every month, however the schedule is, puts in their $10, $20, $50 or whatever it is, and then that first month, person one gets the pot of money. Then everybody chips in again. Person two gets the pot the next month, et cetera, going down the line so everybody gets paid. And then you can choose to do it again, choose not to do it, or whatever. I've been a part of at least 2 or 3 susus in my life. They all went off without a hitch. I think one had a little bit of a problem because of payment schedules and stuff like that. People's pay day didn't line up at particular times or whatever, so it's kind of made it, a little bit crazy, a little bit wonky. But nobody got jerked out of their bread, and everybody just had to wait maybe a week or two more for somebody else to get paid, which was fine. You dig what I'm saying? Minor hiccups. That's totally different than we all are creating a susu to donate to one person's cause. That's it. We don't get any bread. This one person is just getting all of the money, every week or every month. That's totally different. And it'd be one thing if these people were absolutely incapable of providing for themselves. But that's not the case. That's not the case. They have all the ability to take care of themselves, but they either don't want to get a job because they're lazy, or they don't want to get a job because they don't believe in it because of capitalism and blah, 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 blah. So that is what I'm referring to when we're talking about this type of stuff. This is the mindset of these people. Hold on, let me take this off. This is the mindset of these people. So when it comes down to me, saying what I'm saying about, Marxism, cultural Marxism, communism, socialism, and stuff like that, you got to understand that these are the people that's pushing it. These are the people that believe in it. And look at the behaviors that go along with their political ideology. They're not adding anything. They're just taking. They're not giving. They're not, contributing anything. All they're doing is taking, to the point of entitlement, to the point of where you can tell people like, yo, this ain't enough. You need to do more for me. While I do nothing but tweet and complain about capitalism, you people need to do more for me. And this is the problem that I have. Well, this is the problem that they have ideologically, but this is the problem that I have with their ideology. It just siphons. It just takes away. It doesn't add anything. You dig what I'm saying? So that was, just a little trip down into, black Marxism. But we have something else. We were talking about group economics, and there were certain examples that I gave or whatnot, but I really like this example whenever it loads up, because my internet is always trying to embarrass me on stream. But it was here we go. Fisk students take out insurance for alma mater. This was super dope, and I want y'all to know I didn't see any other instance of this. As far as like other types of institutions, white-owned institutions, I didn't see any white colleges do this. So let's take a look at the article. Columbus, Ohio, April 12th. This is what year? Did I not put No, it says it in here. It says the graduating classes of 1925 and 1926 at Fisk University, Nashville, Tennessee, established a precedent this week in the group insurance of the two classes in the Supreme Life and Casualty Company of Columbus, Ohio. The policies were taken out on the individual lives of the students, and Fisk was made irrevocable beneficiary in each case, marking the culmination of a nationwide campaign for the increased endowment of the university. This unique insurance feature, probably the first of its kind successfully promoted by any company of our group, was initiated by Mr. E.L. Powell, alumnus of Fisk University in West Virginia State, manager of the Supreme Life Insurance Company. So, again, group economics. When it comes down to history, right, we hear about Yale's endowment, Harvard's endowment, Princeton's endowment that is, worth billions and billions of dollars and stuff like that. And one of the main catalysts for that is that the alumni come back and donate to the school. They go on to be, titans of industry, landowners, business owners, whatever it is, professionals. And then they take a portion of their income out and put it back into the endowment of the school. Again, this is something that was going on in Black American schools for quite some time. This is from 1925 to the 1926 classes. You dig? And that's simply what it was. All they did was say, hey, we're going to take out these insurance policies, you dig? And then in the event of our death, the school will be the beneficiary. The school gets the money. So when it comes down to group economics, this is a perfect example of that. Perfect example. You dig? So I want people to, just breathe, take a second to really marinate on this, because think about all of the implications. Think about all of the other times that this can be used. You dig what I'm saying? And for me, schools are great, but I also think about businesses. You dig what I'm saying? I think about communities. Like if there was if we want to get into the socialism stuff, this is what I'm saying. These are creative financial tools or creative financial ways to wherever you can obtain, maintain, and sustain wealth in your community. Just for instance, you have, let's go full socialism, quote unquote socialism with it, right? You have a co-op grocery store that's owned by the community, right? It doesn't have one sole owner. Let's just say it's owned by a collective or an LLC that has multiple members or whatnot. And then not only do you guys as a community own the grocery store, but everybody has taken out a life insurance policy that the community's co-op or the community garden and all of that, they're the beneficiary of it. So that in the event of your death or an accident or anything like that, the payout would go to that entity. This does not mean that this is the only life insurance policy that you have, because that would be insane. But these are creative tools that you can use to enrich your community just by continuously investing in it. So for me, that's the reason why I don't understand why people scoff at group economics so much. So it says the classes of 1926 and encouraged by the university authorities. The two classes voted to take insurance in favor of their alma mater and voted to present this increase in the university assets to the Fisk Corporation during commencement week, marking a new epoch in the life of Fisk University and showing the acceptance by the younger generation of the responsibilities of a greater share in the maintenance of our educational institutions. This is what it's all about. As you can see, you're not going to see too many institutions created by Black Americans or wealth built by Black Americans historically, especially during the late 19th and early 20th century, that did not focus on community, that did not focus on the next man. It's just that we have to make sure our affairs are in order. It has to be in a way that it's going to be sustainable, because what the socialists or the Marxists would want is that the money that you were going to use to buy these life insurance policies and the money that you would be using to pay into them, if they, it could have been a single premium policy or whatnot, but let's just say it was monthly, right? You're paying your premiums monthly. The socialists or the Marxists will want you to just give them that money every month, instead of a financial instrument that once you are paying this much money, there's a bigger payout in the end. And it's going to sustain itself generation to generation, because nobody's expecting these people to die tomorrow. Insurance companies are not expecting you to take out a life insurance policy and then die the next week. That's not, what it is. You take out these policies in your 20s after you graduate, and from your 20s until the time that you die, you either pay into it or you, like I said, single premium, and it just holds there. And then that almost guarantees that the next generation, not the next class, but the next generation of college students will be able to sustain themselves. And if you multiply that by the hundreds and thousands of students that are going to this school, you've completely created a self-sustaining education institution. So now even though you're in the present, which is 1925 and stuff like that, or 1926, you are thinking about 1935 or 1936, 1945, 46, 55, 56, et cetera, et cetera. That's what it's about. And when you look at the more successful examples like your Harvards and like your Yales, that's exactly what's going down. They're making sure they're investing in the institution, because that automatically means they're investing in the future. They're investing in the future generations. That's the entire point. It's not about being so selfish that you blow all of your bread, or you only think about yourself and stuff like that. It's like, nah, yo, if I can do it, you can do it. And I want you to do it. And so when we hear the line from Hov on Family Feud, like, what's better than one billionaire? Two, that's the ideology, or that's the mindset that these business leaders, these creators of these institutions, that's what they was on. Like, yo, what's better than 100 graduates? 200 graduates. You dig what I'm saying? What's better than 1,000 graduates? 2,000 graduates. Like, that's the entire point. We want to make sure that we're doing bigger and better things within our institutions year in and year out. That's the entire point. So when I start to see these socialists and these Marxists and stuff like that pushing their ideology, it can't last more than a lifetime. It can't last more than one lifetime. None of the so-called goodwill, none of the socialism of 50 years ago, 60 years ago, the Marxism of 50 years ago or 60 years ago has contributed anything to the benefit of the future generations. They've only harmed them, because now we have young adults online begging their friends and peers and stuff like that to buy them groceries. That's what the Marxist legacy is in Black America. In America, world over, but since we're specifically talking about Black Americans, that's the legacy. That's it. That's what you're going to be judged by. So when it comes down to the other ways of doing things, or capital, or being pro-capital, you're going to see remnants of these things. The National Negro Business League still exists today. It's called the National Business League. And the last time I checked, as far as 2025 goes, they secured $100 million in contracts in 2025. So again, when we're talking about legacy for legacy, when we're talking about just the things that you will actually be able to take with you, you dig what I'm saying? As far as generations go, capitalism beats out socialism and Marxism. It's heads and shoulders above whatever these leftists are talking about. It's not sustaining. It's not. And so these microcosms of what we're seeing, right? When we talked about the dude with the dreads laughing at the USSR, creating propaganda campaigns against America, being like, oh, you guys are so racist. But like, yo, there's famine going on in the streets of Russia. There are people literally dying of hunger. So while that person can sit here and say, oh, you greedy capitalist, you're going hungry, beloved. You cannot pay for your own groceries. So no matter what it is, if we left it up to you, all you're doing is multiplying your strife with everybody by the millions. So now we have millions of people who are looking for the charity of other people, being like, yo, can somebody spare some change so I can go buy some groceries? What you are describing, or what you are currently going through, is a very small microcosm of famine. because you are waiting for the external parties, whether it be the government or the goodwill of your neighbor, to feed you. That is famine. That is what feast or famine means. It's either you're going to eat or you're going to die, son. And we're reading posts from you or you people that, yo, I haven't eaten in 3 days. It's another week where I haven't eaten. Or I'm coming to you once again asking for your financial help and your financial support. That's not sustainable, because the money will eventually run out if nothing's being generated. If no money is being generated, and I'm not talking about Federal Reserve, fractional reserve banking and the Federal Reserve in 1913 and all. I'm not talking about that. Printing money and all of that other stuff. I think you guys can correct me in the chat if I'm wrong, but didn't they say like 90% of the dollars that's circulating right now was printed in the last 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, or something like that? So I'm not talking about that. Yeah, you could keep printing money, but if there's nothing actually being, it no longer becomes a viable medium of exchange, is what I'm saying. If we're just giving it out and it's not being in exchange of anything, then it's not worth anything. And at that point, the money's worthless. And now the food that the resources that you want to get is going to be almost impossible to get unless it's being distributed by the state, because there's no means for you to earn it yourself outside of you being, again, going back to Booker T. Washington, self-sufficient and growing your own grains, growing your own wheat, making your own flour, you feel me, and baking your own bread, growing your own crops. The farmers are never hungry. In general, I'm pretty sure there's some starving farmers out there who, got bad soil or whatever it is, but the ability to feed themselves are always there. It's always there. The farmers are not hungry. The carpenters are not going without shelter. The producers, the movers and shakers, the people who actually create things, they are the ones, okay, who are going to be okay. The further and further you get from being a producer, the more and more dependent you are on the next person to be able to take care of yourself. So when you look at the guys who work on the oil rigs, when you look at the guys who pave roads, when you look at the guys who build buildings and build homes and stuff like that, when you look at the men and women who grow food, when you look at all of these people in the trades, when you look at all of the people in agriculture, the people who actually make this country run, okay, that allows you to sleep at night, that allows you to have central air in your house, that allows you to feel like you are safe because you got ADT or whatever, home security, like all of these different things that they've facilitated to make you safe or make you feel safe in your civilization, in your society, are producers. They're doing it, yeah, to enrich themselves based upon profit and stuff like that. But the services that's being rendered, the goods that are being sold, is enriching your life. What I'm saying is that if we get closer and closer to the producer side of things, to where you're producing your own food to a larger degree, you dig what I'm saying? Like right now, for instance, me, I got some basil, I got some mint, I got some tomatoes, and a couple other things that's growing in my front yard. Is that going to feed me in totality? No. But it's, first of all, it's a step in the right direction of being, self-sufficient, but also it allows me to at least not have to pay for those things in a grocery store. And the more and more things that I grow, the less and less things that I need to buy. At my height of gardening, when living in Philly, I had corn, eggplants, potatoes, broccoli, strawberries, blueberries. What else? I had a whole bunch of different crops and stuff like that. You dig what I'm saying? Growing in my backyard in North Philly. Imagine if I had an acre of land, 2 acres of land, 10 acres of land. That type of self-sufficiency. And yes, I made salads and all of the other stuff based upon the food that I grew. That's a fact. I was able to feed myself. Now, of course, again, was that going to sustain me for the entire year? No. But if I would have grew more, it would have. Hell, I've seen, I don't know if you guys seen those videos of the people that in the butcher shops and stuff like that, and they be like, yo, this is what half beef, half a cow is going to get you. And it's like all these hundreds of pounds of different cuts of meat and steak and all this other stuff. And it was like, yo, for $1,500, this is going to feed a family of 4, a family of 5 for a year and some change. You dig? That's what I'm talking about. As opposed to you spending whatever you spending at the grocery store. And I'm not against grocery stores, obviously, but when you do the comparisons, this is what self-sufficiency gets you. You want to be able to rely on yourself as much as possible. And if you don't have the skills to do it, then you should be willing to pay your neighbor for those skills. We talked about Lunsford Lane, right? The enslaved entrepreneur. Son was a slave, but people paid him every night to chop wood because they didn't want to, or they didn't know how to chop wood, and he chopped wood for them. And he got paid. Then he used that money to invest in his company as a slave. So when it comes down to these different relationships, economic relationships amongst the people, socialism and Marxism is not going to be the way. And I'm telling y'all right now, we are going to be focusing a lot on this because this is where everything went to hell, yo. I'm telling y'all, I look at this stuff from the outside looking in, and also from the perspective of somebody who's read countless words, countless books from the ancestors directly. I don't care if you're talking about race, the race war, the culture war, the gender war, the age war, whatever it is, the ancestors have already been through it and solved it. Already came up with the solutions. There's really no need to reinvent the wheel. And that goes back to what I was saying when it came down to the solutions. When it came down to the solutions, it was the same thing for the past 100 years. Get married, have lots of kids, buy land, grow your own food, independent or homeschool your kids, pool resources, apply group economics, zero tolerance for degeneracy, vote locally for your interests. So let's go through that line by line. Just so y'all know I'm not BSing. Get married, have lots of kids. That automatically takes care of the gender wars. Because I truly believe that the gender wars is a mix between people who are not from this country. Because I've seen a lot of South African, and it's not to have create a diaspora war or nothing like that, because the ancestors handled that too. But I have seen a lot of this stuff, the discourse over the years, start in America with certain things with the feminists and all this other stuff. But then once Twitter really started to take hold and stuff like that, and other people were starting to join in on the conversation, you saw a real deep divide in like amongst South African men and women. I don't know why. I don't know what's going on out there. That's not none of my business, not any of my business. But I did notice that a lot of South African flags will be pushing that men ain't doing this, women ain't doing this, white women are better, white men are better, all of this other stuff. I seen it. I watched it happen on the timeline. If you were to get married and have lots of kids, you dig what I'm saying? You've already taken yourself out of the gender war. Because a lot of this gender war stuff is coming from people who are too goddamn old to be single. Just keeping it honest. I told y'all before that being a 45-year-old, 50-year-old bachelor is hell. That's okay. Our ancestors made it very clear as far as what they suggested. We went over that on one of the streams. Women should be getting married about 19 to 20. Men should be getting married around 22 to 25. And when we look at all of the duties that they've listed out for both genders, women take care of the home, nurture the family, nurture the kids, nurture the husband. You dig what I'm saying? He gives you love. She gives you life. Like it's a symbiotic relationship. It's complementary. It's not a partnership. It's complementary. Sun and the moon. Think of the sun and the moon, the relationship between the sun and the moon. They need each other. You dig what I'm saying? That's what it's about. And if you get that ingrained in you and you make that commitment that early in your life and you stick to it, you don't have to worry about men ain't shit, women ain't shit, because over those years, you're going to learn your woman. You dig what I'm saying? Over those years, you're going to learn your man. There's going to be certain things that he or she likes that you're going to learn, they don't like that you're going to learn. And by the time you in your 30s and 40s, y'all been locked in damn near 20 years or over 20 years. At no point are you going to be on somebody's timeline talking about how men ain't shit or women ain't shit. Keith Sweat, we talked about him. The man is over 60 years old complaining on stage about how women don't cook or do laundry. Tracy Ellis Ross talking about men her age or toxic masculinity and all of that shit. And I want y'all to know this, when it came down to marriages and all the other stuff, you're not gonna love everything about the person. We're humans. They're gonna be some things you're gonna disagree with. There's gonna be certain things that, as long as it's not harming you or them or anybody else, there's something you're gonna deal with. One of the ones that I was seeing on the podcast earlier was snoring. Yo, dog, if you leave your woman or if you leave your man because they snore, you're an idiot. If they're doing what they need to be doing for you, for the family, for the household, you can stomach a little snoring, G. You know what I'm saying? So when it comes to this type of stuff, the gender wars don't even exist. The gender wars don't even exist when you get married young, have your family young, because you're not focusing the next 20, 30, 40 years trying to find a mate. It's a waste of time. Yo, listen, watcher. We ain't gonna have to argue about it, bro. There are people who into their middle age. If that's truly what you want to do, and you want to be, out here taking the Shannon Sharp chances, by all means, you are a grown adult. Do what you do. But from what I'm seeing, I'm not seeing these guys, women having so much fun. Hey, it's not about me projecting. It's not my personal projections. All I know is there are not too many happily married people propagating the gender war, man. Just being honest. I don't see too many people who are happily married propagating and pushing the gender wars. It's people who would like to have a lifelong mate, but haven't gotten them. And they're blaming external parties or external reasons as to why that didn't happen and not doing some soul searching. I'll give you this, watcher, just because I already got you here. I say that by the time you're 40, you've already met your husband and or wife. You've already met them, and if you're not with them now and you're working towards marriage, you fumbled them. I stand on that. There's absolutely no way that our ancestors were able to pair up as young as they did, as many times as they did. They did not need to see what was going on in the next state, the next city, and all this other stuff. But now that we got social media, now the illusion of options is there. So now it's like, yo, I don't need to settle down. I'm about to be going here, I'm about to be going there. And you got to understand, certain people before the internet didn't need the internet to look around. There were men and women who had motion, literal motion, money in motion, to go to different states, different cities, and meet people and date people and go to different countries. And they didn't need the internet. They was moving and shaking. Yeah. So when it comes to that stuff, I don't believe them. I don't believe them. I don't believe that you would rather be a bachelorette at 48 years old. I don't believe you. You dig what I'm saying? I don't believe you. Shannon Sharp is getting caught up. Keith Sweat's getting caught up. Tracy Ellis Ross arguing. Beyonce mama got a divorce. Like, yo, son, that's not what you want to do. It's not what you want to do, son. So I understand that there's different things going on, different dynamics and all of that shit, son, but nah. The ancestors let me know off the rip that being paired up for life at a young age, and it's not abusive, I'm not talking about that, because that's what they always love to go to, is the abuse and all of these shits. But no, we're not talking about that. The vast majority of these couples, these relationships were not abusive at all. Was there some friction because they're two humans? For sure. But to think that everything was just like this abusive tone to where men, on some caveman shit where men get just beat women over the head and that's that. I'm going to let you know something. Men would get tarred and feathered for beating women. Men would get their asses whooped if they got caught beating on women. Society took care of that. We talking about the Black Panthers, right? We bring them up. Yo, the Black Panthers will kick your goddamn door down if your wife told them that you was beating her. Because the community didn't stand for that shit. Historically, we did not stand for that shit. There's certain abusive men and women fall through the cracks, absolutely. But we're not about to go to that. But the chat is lighting up. Y'all talking to me tonight. Let's see what we got going on here. Let's scroll up a little bit more. See what the guys are saying. Scruggs says, I got into hunting a few years back for that reason. Learning to process your own food is a must. See? Yo, Scruggs, yo, listen. You checking off all of the boxes, brother. I'm telling you right now. You checking off all of the boxes. That you are exactly what the ancestors envisioned. See, people be talking about like Martin Luther King and, you know, that type of social Marxist shit, cultural Marxist shit. But having a trade, having a family, because I know Scruggs is married, being able to be self-sustaining and take care of your family is all the ancestors prescribed for us to do. You dig what I'm saying? If you have higher ambitions and all that other shit, that's amazing. Pursue them. But make sure your foundation is set. Make sure that concrete is evenly poured before you start building the pillars, before you start building the second floor, before you start adding the pool, and before you start adding the deck and all that other shit. Make sure the foundation is set. We talked about Chad Jackson. Chad Jackson met his girlfriend in high school, I want to say, or at least that young age, around 18, 19, knew he was going to marry her. So he got a trade in plumbing, been working that ever since. And now that he's 35, still young, he's my age, now he's getting into documentaries. Now he's able to, you know, boost his public profile to be able to pursue what he wants to pursue. But he has a family at home, wife and children. He has a trade in his back pocket that'll be able to feed him for the rest of his life. If his documentarian career doesn't take off, God forbid, he'll still be able to take care and sustain himself for the rest of his life. He says that within the next year or two, he'll be able to sell the plumbing company. And this doesn't even count investments. This doesn't count life insurance and all this other stuff that you can just get into with the money that you have. That's exactly what the ancestors wanted you to do. That's it. Take care of home first. Then you can go explore, do all of the things that you want to do. But yo, no different. Y'all know how it is. Y'all know exactly how it feels to when you clean up your house. Spick and span, right? And then you go on vacation. You go out there for 4 or 5 days or whatever it is, have a great time. But we all know that feeling towards the end of the vacation where it's like, all right, can't wait for the flight home, all of that. And then but in between the time that you take off, you know, going back to the time that you land back into your state or your city, you realize that, yo, the house is clean. The dishes are clean. Everything around here, the home was taken care of. And I tell y'all this all of the time when it comes down to, you know, you thanking your past self in the present. Like, yo, shout out to me for doing that a week ago. Or shout out to me for cleaning up the house before we left. You dig what I'm saying? So it's the same thing. So when you go out and venture out and you know, successful at this next venture, after you taking care of home, it feels that much better. Because you're not riding on the fact, like in the instance of Chad is not riding on the fact that this documentary is successful, that he needs to be able to take care of his family. Because at that time, especially being as long as he's been married and stuff like that, that's stressful. To being like, yo, I hope this documentary makes us enough money to be able to pay the bills for the next however many months. That's stressful. And you didn't necessarily take care of home first, but getting that trade young. So that way, by the time you in your late 20s and stuff like that, you a pro. You feel me? You a veteran at that time. By that time, then we can get into the extracurriculars. You see what I'm saying? It's just it's a better strategy. So that's the chat. Let's see. Back to the chat. Sammy, shout out to Sammy. I knew he was coming through. He said, I saw it recently in Kenya too. There are women claiming the British men are quote unquote better, and now there's an epidemic of mixed fatherless children. They're newer answer to the integration trickery. See? I don't be making this stuff up. I seen it coming out of there. I seen it coming out of South America. I seen it coming out of Kenya too, Sammy. I've seen it. They were mostly told to quote play the field, sow your oats type stuff. Yeah, that's what it is. Absolutely, Watcher. Absolutely. Let's see. What else? Sammy says, honestly, it tells you who they're surrounded by too, because my friends group, once we started getting married post college, It was literally year after year going to weddings. That's what it's supposed to be about, man. So I'll hip y'all to what really sparked this. Um, Forgive me, y'all. I'm not that big into sports. I want to say her name is Joy Taylor. That's her name, right, chat? Joy Taylor, the light skinned woman with the braids. Joy Taylor, the sports lady. She was on Joe Budden's podcast today as a special guest and stuff like that. And one of the things that Joe Budden does, especially when he has female guests, he likes to bring up these relationships and dating questions and stuff like that. And I ain't gonna lie, the entire segment just was so disheartening. The median age when Taylor is not there, or Joy, whatever her name is not there, it's 40 years plus. Everybody in that room is 40 plus years old. The youngest person in that room is Queen's Flip, who is 38. Okay, he'll be turning 39 this year, I believe. So let's just round everything up. The lowest age is 40 years old in this room. Only 3 out of the maybe 8 people at any given time in this room are married, and that's a white guy named Parks. Flip has been married, and then Mark Lamont Hill is on the show, and he's married. Okay? Other than that, everybody is either single or having long-term relationships and stuff. If I'm breaking up, let me know, y'all, because I told y'all my streams be a little bit wacky. So just let me know if I'm breaking up. Watcher says that I'm breaking up. So let me know. You know what I mean? But anyway. All right, cool. Appreciate that, guys. So when it comes to them, right? The majority of the people in there are single, or they have long-term relationships with no marriage. Joe Budden has a long-term relationship. Ish has a long-term relationship. Mel is single. Melissa Ford is single. Who else? Ice is in a long-term relationship as well. So that's them. But when it comes down to their views on relationships, their views on marriage and all that other stuff, it's very jaded. It's very jaded in a lot of cases. And I'll be watching. So most of those people on that podcast are black, right? And then when I'm on my YouTube, I have these different channels that I'm subscribed to and stuff like that. And a lot of them are young, they're my age, so younger than Joe Budden and them. Video essayists. They just make video essays about particular things, whether it's funny, whether it's dramatic, or whatever it is. And almost all of the ones that I watch are married. Almost all of them. Young men. You dig what I'm saying? They're married. 28, 29, 32, 34, 35, been married. Got the kids. And because they are, successful at YouTubing, they take care of their family off their monthly YouTube checks. And then, of course, the sponsorships that they get and different collaborations that they have and all of that. But they're married. And if they're not married, they're thinking about marriage at that age. So it's not that what I'm saying is something that's outdated. It's just that because cultural Marxism is against the nuclear family, we're having issues. Because the gender war, don't get me wrong, white gender wars and all this other stuff I think that's where it starts. I mean, cultural Marxism is clearly, it's a white thing. It's just that black Americans, the front-facing black Americans have, taken the mantle up for cultural Marxism. So just through the media of black America, the zeitgeist of black America, that's taken a hold. But we all know black American culture, black American traditions and stuff like that. Traditional culture, I would say, it's always been about early pair bonding and all this other stuff. Got me thinking about Huvier and folks like that. I don't know who that is, Sammy. You gotta explain who that is. But that's a part of it. Like seeing, particular people who are serious about their lives. One of the things will be indicators that they're serious about being YouTubers and stuff like that. And video essayists. And they take their time researching, making these videos. They're very serious about the business that they do and all this other stuff. And one of the main things that they wanted to get done early was to make sure that they had a family to come home to. You dig what I'm saying? So when I'm looking at these people, it's not because, like, these are relatively famous people. They're famous YouTubers. These men and women could be out there playing the field all day long just off their subscribers alone. They ain't have to meet anybody as far as like a person that don't know who they are. They can essentially fuck their fans for the rest of their career. They could choose to do. That's what Keith Sweat did. Keith Sweat was fucking his fans all his career, and now he's a lonely old man. He fell for the pimping, ironically. I tell y'all about falling for the pimping. Keith Sweat, with all of that, baby, please, and all this other stuff. I got nobody else gonna love you like me. All of that other stuff. He fell for the pimping of his own music or his own fame. So instead of taking the Denzel route, instead of taking the Ice Cube route, the LL Cool J route, the Method Man route, and pairing up early and then ascending, and all of these dudes continue on to be, Ice Cube is not necessarily a sex symbol, but LL Cool J, Method Man, they fawning over him more than ever. And he's been happily married for decades. So you don't even lose the appeal. It's not like these women don't want to sleep with you. They still find him attractive. Now you got somebody that's Keith Sweat level. 90s, he was the dude. Every woman wanted to lay with Keith Sweat. And I'm pretty sure there's still a large swath of them want to too. But we all know that that's not the end all to relationships. Being sexually attracted to somebody is the easiest thing that you can achieve between the sexes. That's the easy part. You see somebody from across the room, across the party, whatever, they look good, you want to lay with them. That's going to be your carnal instincts kicking in. That's not hard to achieve. But is that person actually interested in you? Are you actually interested in that person? Can you actually vibe with that person? Could you see yourself growing to the places that you want to go to with that person? Do you think they would accentuate or hinder what you got going on? Do you align ideologically? Do you align principally? You know what I'm saying? Juvier is a somewhat popular day trader who is married with a family in his early to mid 30s. Yeah. That's what it's about, dog. Think about how much time and money and all of this. And this is my channel, so I'm pushing what I'm pushing. You feel me? If you want to be a bachelor, cool. That's your choice. But over here, we're not pushing that because we understand there's more cons than pros to that. It's way more cons than pros to that. Because I've seen it up close and from outside looking in. I seen the OGs in my life who paired up early, continued on to their careers because they didn't have to focus on dating all these different types of women and all of this other stuff. Focused on their kids, focused on their wives when they came home from work, went out into the world, built wealth, brought it back to the crib, spread it amongst the crib. Christmas was great. Vacations every summer. That's way better than spending that same amount of money and all you doing is investing in the hopes of you falling in love or the hopes of you pairing up for the rest of your life. When you know by the time you 38, 40, 43, 45, you done met that woman already. You done met that man already. You did. But you fumbled them, they fumbled you. Whatever it was a fumble on your part. And the reason I know that is because there was no time in human history, not even just American history, where people were waiting until they were 40 to pair up for life. It just doesn't make any sense. I'm not even about to get into the whole biological clock stuff and all that other stuff, but y'all know it's implied here. That does matter. And while it's absolutely possible to build your family in your 40s and stuff like that, it's not ideal. You know, people love to bring up Colonel Sanders, right? How Colonel Sanders, it wasn't until his 60s to where he thought about, the recipe for the fried chicken and, don't give up. True. Do not give up. I would never tell somebody who's 45, 50 years old who wants to build wealth for themselves to stop just because they're middle age. It's not what I'm telling. I'm always going to tell you to keep going, keep striving. If you're somebody who's 45, 50 years old, who's unmarried, never been married, and want to get married, do not quit. Do not stop. I'm encouraging you to. But you and I can both agree that there may have been somebody in your past, unless you weren't dealing with anybody at all, that you could have thought about, you could have lived the rest of your life with. I think that's fair. So back to the YouTubers, it's like, yo, they are now, they're able to build all of this wealth and invest it into their family, as opposed to using that same wealth and taking trips, or, you know, going to different places, or going to different dating scenes and all this stuff and trying to find the right one. So you dating this person, spending whatever time and money for that. Then you're dating the next person, spending whatever time and money for that. You spending all of your energy that you could be using to fortifying your YouTube channel, building more wealth and all this other stuff, but you are spending money with the hopes of getting a return with a lifelong mate when you met that person years ago. You just chose not to commit. So that's just the first line. We've only been on the first line. The next one, buy land and grow your own food. I mean, I think that's self-explanatory. You, first of all, owning land is going to eventually, more than likely, appreciate over time as far as value. And then also, we've seen so many, at least I have, so many different examples of like homesteaders, people who, you know, are completely self-sufficient, and they grow their own food, they raise their own meat, and they take care of themselves based upon the land that they own. These people have not gone to grocery stores. If anything, if anything, they are the grocery store. If anything, their neighbors, friends, family, and stuff are coming over there, buying eggs from them, buying milk from them, buying produce from them, because they've got enough land to not only take care of themselves, but to take care of others. They have a surplus. You dig what I'm saying? And that's another thing just about crops and stuff like that, is that, yo, one seed is not going to produce one fruit. One seed is always going to produce multiple fruit. So when you have multiple seeds, you have that many more times the fruit, that many more times the vegetation, that many more times the produce. One cucumber seed can produce up to 20, 30 cucumbers. So imagine if you had 30 cucumber seeds. And it's supposed to keep multiplying from there. So let's just say by a miracle, you have one seed, and then that one seed generates 30 cucumbers. You have now multiple seeds inside each of those cucumbers, which allows you to have hundreds of cucumber seeds. You've multiplied. We know this from the story of Junius Groves. We talk about him all the time over here, right, chat? 9 acres of land, 3 acres for white potato, 3 acres for red or sweet potato, and 3 acres for watermelon. We are talking about thousands upon thousands of seeds that they can continue to use and grow out of the soil, meaning that they'll never be hungry based upon that. That's 9 acres of land. You can 100% sustain your entire family's livelihood on 9 acres of land. More than enough. Get you a couple cows if you eat beef. Get you some chickens if you eat chicken. Get you some fish in your pond if you eat fish. And you raise your animals. You are completely self-sufficient. Potato King, Sammy knows. Y'all getting the, like, yo, listen, I pride myself on this. I pride myself on the fact that when y'all come to my stream, y'all know I'm going to bring up Junius. Y'all know I'm going to bring up Booker T. Y'all know I'm going to bring up Annie. Y'all know I'm going to bring up these people because these are people that don't get talked about at all. Whenever you go to a mainstream, a Black American historical, whatever, whether it be a TV show, a documentary, a tweet, Spaces, whatever it is, they going to hit you with Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, Rosa Parks, Thurgood Marshall. They going to hit you with all the mainstream names, and they're cool, whatever. But you guys got to know about the people who was actually on the ground, who are actually doing things to not only enrich themselves to where it can inspire you, and it should inspire you to do something for yourself, but also they helped other people. You don't become the potato king of the North America without helping other people. He was doing business in Canada and Mexico, up and down the continent. He's he's selling from all of these different people who are wanting to buy potatoes from him, who a lot of times have employees themselves. He's literally the connect on potatoes in America. So he's helping other people. So that buy land, growing your own food, that's self-explanatory. Next, independent slash homeschool your kids. Now, if you've done what you're supposed to do, getting your trade right early, getting that in your back pocket so you can always take care of your family no matter what. We've taken care of sustainability financially. Then we have land and we have our own food, so we're sustaining ourselves when it comes to the food. There's really no need for you to go to send your kid to a public school at that point. You need to be able to independently or homeschool your children, which means if you have a private institution that you want to send your kids to, you dig what I'm saying? Your community has built it up, or, you know, whatever it is. It's already established and you want to send your kids there. It's the greatest school in the country based upon XYZ metrics and stuff like that. It costs whatever it costs every year in tuition, but it's worth it because public schools are trash. Or, just like the self-sustainability, you homeschool your children. People always have these hangups about homeschool. And it was in the past few years where I was really, I want to say like 2019, 2020, where I really started to really think about the positive impacts of homeschool. And I started to see all of these different parents and their children's success stories where you have 10-year-olds, 12-year-olds, 13-year-olds reading and writing and problem solving on college level. College level. So this is far exceeding the whatever standardized test that they have for elementary, middle, and high school. They're taking collegiate level tests at 10, 11, 12 years old because of the standards set in the household. The educational standards set in the household dictates that by the time you're 1 year old, we're working on problem solving. By the time you're 2 years old, we're working on math. We're working on different things at your level that most people would say it was too advanced for you. But I've seen too many babies since I've been on the internet. And I'm not even talking about just social media. I'm talking about back in the AOL days. I've seen too many exceptional children where 100% of the exception comes from the home. 100% of their skill, 100% of their ambition, determination, and knack for particular skills comes from the crib. I watched a video of a 2-year-old solving multiplication problems. A 2-year-old. And some people will try to discredit it and saying, yo, that's just repetition. They just memorizing what it is. They're not really doing the math. But I promise you, if that baby has the wherewithal to memorize what 16 looks like with the X in the middle and then 2, and then still come away with 3 and 2 together, they still are doing math. All that means is that the parents need to be a little bit more specific. All that specificity will grow as they get older. But they know that the 1 and the 6 with the X and then the 2 with the 2 lines, the next thing that's supposed to go after that is 3 and 2. So even if that's just lines to them right now, you say the words out loud. 16 times 2, 32. That's how that works. And that repetition will allow your toddler to be proficient at math. This is math that is essentially for somebody that's twice their age. 3 times their age, because they're 2 years old. You're expecting this from these multiplication tables from a 10-year-old. So 5 times their age, but a 2-year-old is getting it. So imagine the advancement from there. And you keep doing that over and over again as far as different skills, different pieces of education and stuff like that. Imagine like the homeschooling that as far as my history class would be about. The type of inspiration, the motivation, and education that they would get from the Hotep history class. That's why Scruggs pulls his kids up to the stream to listen to Hotep dudes, because he's telling you something right. This is good information. This is inspiration. This is going to help you. This is going to instill in you some confidence. That's what it's all about. You dig? So with just those 3, we have adequately taken care of the household. You taking care of yourself by getting a trade and all of the other skills that come along with, being self-sufficient and growing your own food and stuff like that. Your family is set. The foundation is set. Your kids' education is set. Their livelihood is set. The way they live is set. The culture, the ethos of your household, good to go. Just like Scruggs, just like Chad O. Jackson. The foundation is set. And then after that, now we're talking about more community. And I even do this on purpose, but I guess this is how my mind was working when I was listing these things down. Because it starts with the personal, then it takes a broader step to the community. So now we're pooling resources. That means we're relying on our neighbors, our friends, our family to pool resources and apply group economics. So that means that if we do have the land and we're growing our own food, you have cucumbers, I have watermelon, she has potatoes, he has okra, and what we do is we apply group economics by being able to trade, barter with each other, and then let's just say we go into business with each other. And now we're serving the rest of the community that doesn't have their own farm, the community that doesn't have their own produce. And we understand the budget of our people. So we make sure that we have enough money, resources to be able to plant our crops again for the next grow season, but we're going to also make a profit. So all of the people who don't have a farm, we're going to be the producers, and we're going to we're going to sell you the produce. We're going to sell you the meat. You give us a fair pay for it. You get the freshest ingredients. It's locally grown. This is the symbiotic relationship that I'm talking about. Right? And we're all keeping these things in mind when it comes down to spending our dollars. Oh, Dubes, we got a shot with him because he got X, Y, and Z. Scruggs, he got this. Watcher has that. Sammy has that. We need to shop with them and keep the money circulating inside here, because the more money that Sammy gets, the more money that Watcher gets, the more money that Scruggs gets, the more money that Doe gets. They're going to reinvest it into their operations, their farms, or whatever they got going on, their businesses, to be able to, let's just say, add an employee there. So now we're paying the salaries of people, helping the livelihoods of other people. You dig what I'm saying? And all through that pay and all that stuff, maybe, Scruggs' neighbor son, Scruggs hires him at his workshop or whatever. So now that little dude, he's learning all of this stuff. And let's just say he starts learning this stuff at 10, 12, 13 years old after school, after homeschool. He comes to work at Scruggs' workshop or goes hunting with Scruggs. He's learning these things. By the time he's 15, 16, 17, 18, he has enough experience in this to not only sustain himself, but also to teach others. And we keep doing this. We apply this to all of the different things, because STEM is in here too. STEM is in here. College, higher education is in here too. Technology, all of that stuff is in here as well. But it's group economics. At the soul of it, at the center of it, the nucleus of all of this, it's group economics. Then, once that happens, we've now created a self-sustaining community. We've also created a community that can be, it's almost guaranteed that it's recession-proof. It's almost guaranteed that it's recession-proof. That even the stock market crashing, even the housing market, whatever it is, because we own the crib outright, we don't have no mortgage because we had carpenters build it from the ground up on our land. We own this land. As long as we paying our property taxes and all of that other stuff, we're good to go. We're not going to go homeless, no matter what housing crisis that you're talking about. Food shortages and all the other stuff, it's a tragedy. But the people who grow their own food in their surrounding communities are going to be okay, because the sun does not stop shining because we're going through a recession. The rain does not stop falling because we're going through a recession, which means that the crops are not going to stop growing because we're going through a recession, which means the food is not going to stop being produced, which means you're not going to go hungry. You may have a little rough patch because, certain things, outside of it, equipment or whatever, maybe a little bit more expensive or unavailable. So you might take a hit here and there. But as far as the nitty gritty, you're fine. You still clothed, you still fed, you still housed. Recession proof. So that's pool your resources in group economics. Then after that is one of the big ones. Zero tolerance for degeneracy. Now, when I wrote this, I know I didn't do this in lieu of saying Christianity, but same. When I read the ancestors, a lot of their morals or their groundings in morality comes from the Bible. I'm not even gonna hold you. It comes from Christianity. It comes from those scriptures. Comes from those verses and stuff like that. Now you can say, oh, it's the oppressor's book and all that other stuff. All I'll say is that the earliest church in Christianity is in Ethiopia as well as the Bible. So, and if you really get deep, that's why you need to watch Comedicine, because Dr. Inky goes into the Kemetic influence of the Holy Bible and how that's, Kemet, like, come on. Kemet is inherently black. So, like, when it comes to that, like, I don't have any, I don't get into all of that stuff. Like, even when Delta Slim says that in Sinners, right? He's like, oh, this ain't that religion that they gave us. It's like, I get it, from the purview of a lot of black people in America during the late 19th century, early 20th century, who, again, associated anything that was put upon them by slave owners, white people and stuff like that, as all of it was inherently bad. We talked about the little boys thinking that hard work was the problem and not the slavery. And they felt like they were both synonymous with each other. So being free from slavery meant that you were free from hard work. So I would also assume that religion and Christianity came along with those things, especially when you apply the fact or compound that with the fact that there was hoodoo in Black American culture. That they were using different pieces of their super ancestral spiritual works of, Africa and stuff like that. But then, of course, being able to amalgamize it into the American context through just different cultures, Native American and, your own Black American renditions of these spiritual practices and stuff like that. That was also a thing. So as long as the belief systems that you have are going to have a zero tolerance for degeneracy, that's the bottom line. But by and large, the ancestors were conservative Christians, period. So the zero tolerance for degeneracy also, takes care of the social Marxism or the cultural Marxism, because too much of the cultural Marxism relies on you floating on your baser instincts, floating on your carnality, floating on, hedonism, behaving unruly, being quote unquote civilly disobedient and all this other stuff. It's just being uncivilly disobedient. But it takes care of all of that, because even if you aren't going to church every Sunday, which, if you are going to be a Christian or whatever, it's not a bad thing at all. It makes it much harder for the degeneracy to make it inside your household, make it inside your community, make it inside all of your different public areas, because you're not going for that. You're just not going for it. You're not going for the young men, sagging their pants. You're not going for the young women, dressing too promiscuous in the street. You're not going for, different types of art expression and all that other stuff. There's going to be certain things that within our culture we just not going to go for. So the violent crime amongst each other, robbing Peter to pay Paul, and crabs in a bucket and all this other stuff, we're not going for that. There's more than enough to go around. You just have to pull your own weight. We have absolutely no problem sharing the bounty with you. You have to contribute. You can't just siphon. You can't just take. You have to contribute. And so if that means getting on this land, on my farm, and working it, helping me till the land so you can have a day's pay and a meal, totally fine. I tell y'all the story about my OG Heavy. I was 13 years old. I could have went in there knowing that he was a business owner, one of the more popular guys in my neighborhood, because he had a business. He had all of the big money, get money dudes come to the store. I know he's making thousands of dollars a day and all this other stuff. I could have went to Hev with my hands out and been like, yo, Hev, can you buy me lunch today? Hev, can you do this for me? Hev, can I get that white tea there for free? And all of that other stuff, just siphoning from him and not contributing. But you know what I did? After kicking it over there, soaking up that free game, he had the first plasma TV that I ever seen. This is what, 03? The first real life plasma TV. All the rappers is rapping about plasma TVs, and my OG got one in his store. So instead of taking from him, I saw that he was getting, this is during the white tee era, the big, the tall white tees. So anytime that I would see a box coming from UPS, coming from New York, I was the first one out there to accept the package. I lived around the corner, so if my stupid ass, like if he thought I was going to steal from him, he know my grandmother, he know my mother, and he would 100% got that money back or got his t-shirts back. So he was like, all right, go out there. I'm the first. I'm taking the initiative. I'm just sitting on the steps. Listening to music, listening to the older guys talk. But I'm the first one to get up off the steps of the store to run and get the shipment of the t-shirts. I bring the box inside the store and I start folding tees. I learned how to fold tees by watching him. So now I'm folding all of these t-shirts. I'm probably getting it like 75 to 85% correct because I'm still got to learn on the job. This is my first box of tees that I've ever folded. But I'm showing Hev that I don't want to just take from you. I want to contribute to what you got going on because I believe in that. And this is me in 2003 at 13. Even then, I understood the nature of symbiotic relationships, that you're supposed to be able to contribute as much as you take. You dig what I'm saying? And I'm just folding t-shirts. He's not paying me, but he is buying me lunch. He is, giving me game. He is letting me be here instead of being in school, not ratting on me to my mom's. All of that meant enough to me. He didn't have to give me any money at that time. But I did want to make my own money. I saw his employees making money. They're all making money on commission. And I'm like, yo, they talk less than I do. I talk way more than them. If it's all about just talking to customers and getting them to buy more and more stuff, encouraging them to buy more and more stuff, I can do that. As y'all can see, I have absolutely no problem talking. How long? Yeah, we about to push the 2-hour mark already. Didn't even peep. You see what I'm saying? So, boom, I'm folding the t-shirts. And he's like, yo, what are you doing? I'm like, yo, I'm folding t-shirts. I work here. He's like, yo, you do not work here. You don't work for me. And every day, he saw me folding them tees. Every day, I went into that store and folded them t-shirts. It's the only skill that I knew that I was getting down pat, and the only skill that I knew was it didn't have a lot of stakes. It was very low stakes. I wasn't at the cash register. I wasn't in charge of any money. I wasn't really even charging any inventory. I was just folding these t-shirts, white, black tees, and all this other stuff. So when it finally came down to the ultimatum, like, yo, Hev, either you hire me or I'm just going to be out in the streets anyway doing what I want to do. And as a man, as somebody who's a pillar in my community, as a black man, Native American and Black American, he had to make a decision. Do I tell him, a kid who was clearly willing to work with me or work for me for however long that I need him to work for me for, and let him be under my wing and teach him right, show him right, keep him out of trouble, or say no, and then knowing he's still not going to go to school because he hates school. He doesn't like going to school. He does not jack school at all. So either he cuts school and comes here, and I know he's safe, and I know he's making, gaining skills and making money for himself, or I take the risk of him getting arrested. And as somebody who does care about this little nigga, I don't want to see him go down the wrong path. So he was like, you know what? All right, I'll see you in the morning. And that's how I got that job. That's community. That's group economics. Hev could have told me, man, get the hell out of my store. You a liability. Because if you get hurt around here, I'm going to have to tell your mother and all this other stuff. I don't want to get involved in all of that. But he saw that I was ambitious, that I was determined, that I had a high work ethic, and I actually cared about what he thought of me as somebody who could be a viable young man in his life. See, a lot of people talk about mentors and mentees and stuff like that. And you got to understand, as a mentee, you got to make yourself available to be mentored. You got to be ready and willing to have somebody tell you, yo, you doing that all wrong. This is how you do it. You have to be ready and willing to hear somebody give you direction. And as somebody, just being, honest with you guys, as somebody who's always gravitated towards industrious men, resourceful men, and teaching me their ways, this is what I sought. And when I saw this man having all of the dudes come up, yo, have, remember in 92 you did this, that, and the third, remember that. Oh, he's the man. And then the ladies is like, oh, hey, have, da-da-da-da. They shopping for their boyfriends and winking at him. And I'm seeing this motion that this dude got. And I'm like, oh, this is the guy that I want to be around. And I'm telling you, those years of my life and the things that he instilled in me are invaluable. The things that he told me are things that I'm literally ringing off today, 20 years later. 20 years ago, that man trusted me with a key to his store. And this is in the hood. So it ain't like Hev ain't ever been robbed before. His store was robbed in the middle of the night before by trusting employees that he shouldn't have trusted. But still, banked on me to not do the same thing, and I did, and I never took from Hev. The most I've ever taken from Hev was a white tee, because that's what I used to do. I ain't gonna lie. I would work from 9 in the morning to 10 o'clock at night, and this is 03, 04, 05, 06. So this is like the summertime was super lit. You hear me? Super lit. And my mother go to sleep nice and early, and she sleep hard. So I already had the excuse that I was working late at Hev store at 10 o'clock at night. So in the house, like I said, my house was around the corner from the store. So it wasn't like I had to take a bus or nothing. I literally took a 5-minute walk from my crib to Hev store and there and back. So it was nothing. So I would go, because Hev would tell me to lock up. He would leave about 30 minutes, an hour before the store closed, just to make sure everything was cool, run the books, make sure inventory is good and all that other stuff. Tell me what needs to be done, clean up this, do this, make sure that you do this before you lock up the shop. And then I would take a black tea, a white tea, or whatever I needed for the night, because I'm about to go to after I go to the crib, make sure my mother sleep, take a shower and all that other stuff. I'm about to sneak back outside, and we about to party until 2 in the morning. So that's the most I ever took. And then half the time I would tell him like, yo, I took a tea, da-da-da. He would just take the $5 out of my check. But that's the relationship that it's supposed to be. So when I start seeing these cultural Marxists talking about, capitalism isn't the way and business is this, and yo, dog, you have no idea what you're talking about, because I lived it. I can count on one hand on how many large corporations that I worked for. I worked for Dollar Tree. I worked for Amazon for a little bit. That's it. That's all I can think of. Everybody else, I worked for Black American private business owners my whole life. If I wasn't working for my own private business, my own private Black American business, I was working for somebody else's. So I don't have that relationship, that economic relationship with the country that a lot of these people do. I didn't work for Walmart. I didn't work for, these big corporations where you were just a number. My employer knew me. Knew me. The owner of the business knew me. You feel me? The owner knew me. I wouldn't even know what to do if Sam Walton knew who I was, or if Jeff Bezos knew who I was. I don't even know who's the owner of Dollar Tree. But the owners of the businesses that I worked for, they were there every day. So I watched them work alongside me. My relationship with the economics is just different. I really come from the neighborhood. I really come from the community. I really come from, tell your mother that such and such and such, and give me an envelope with money in it so I can give it to my mother. I come from that. Yeah, Glasgow. Glasgow says I work for a local Black engineering firm. It's different. It's different when you're not one of 100,000 employees nationwide. When you one of 50, one of 10, one of 5, one of 100 employees just in that one building, it's a little different. It's a little different. So when you don't have that relationship, that economic relationship with your community, you think all of this shit can go. All of this can be subsidized. All of this should be replaced with the government. All of this should be replaced with, government assistance. And then finally, going back to the degeneracy part, you don't want this in your you don't want the riffraff in the community. Yo, I tell y'all this, son. When I was living in Philly, one of the things that always bugged me out is that during the summertime, outside my house was a circus. A circus. I'm talking about so the layout of my block, I told y'all that I lived adjacent to the Chinese food store, but what I didn't tell y'all is that on the other side of my crib was a smoke shop. And then across the street, directly across the street from my front door, was a speakeasy. Right? A speakeasy that went on until 7, 8, 9 in the morning. And then across the street like this, you know what I'm saying? So the speakeasy is right here. Then there's a beer store right here that sold beer until 2 in the morning. This is what my block looked like. A Chinese food store, my crib, a smoke shop, a speakeasy, and a beer store. That's what my crib looked like. That's what my block looked like. So all summer long, even through the winter too, but mostly the summer, from 9 p.m. to 9 a.m., my block was a circus, chat. I'm talking about everything that you can think of that could happen, whether it be somebody having sex in the sidewalk, because, you know, they got the door open and they call having sex, somebody getting murdered in the street, people, a crowd of people outside your house at 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, making all of the noise that and not caring that there are people that are living on this block. I'm talking about pure hell. I lived in the middle of the trenches. Degeneracy, wall-to-wall degeneracy. If we didn't usher in the cultural Marxism and we doubled down on the decency, there would be zero tolerance for that. It would be by 10, 11 o'clock, it's quiet. It's quiet by then. No residential block should have these types of issues at all. I'm talking about, yo, I know it may seem like I'm exaggerating, but imagine it's 3:45 in the morning and outside your window sounds like it's 12 o'clock in the afternoon. Imagine what that does to you. And I lived there for 10 years. And it happened like that every summer. Imagine you watching TV, trying to get some sleep. It's 2 o'clock in the morning and somebody gets murdered in front of your house. Now you got the ambulance sirens and you got the cops coming and you got people screaming and all this other stuff. This was going on in front of my crib frequently. My address alone, I probably saw about 5 homicides from my front window in the time that I lived on that block. And my block wasn't even the worst block to live on. Believe it or not, my area was getting gentrified throughout those 10 years. And I still was able to witness 5 murders. I don't know how many fights, brawls, all of this other stuff. I remember it was like 2 o'clock in the morning, chat. All you hear is a big boom. Just a huge explosion. You feel me? And then you get up, you jump out of your bed, and you look out the window, and you see it's a U-Haul truck with a chain on it dragging a ATM out of the store. They blew up the ATM and then drove it out of the store. That happened twice in one summer on my block. Like, when I tell you, son, it was wall-to-wall degeneracy on the block that I lived on. There should be zero tolerance for that. Sammy says, yeah, prime loitering spot. Oh, wait. Glasgow says, I can walk into my owner's office any day. Exactly. Into the office, into the owner's office every day. Sammy also says, that's conservatism equally applied that Sonny talks about. Our community shouldn't have secret zoning commissioner elections. They should all be aware and participate. Absolutely. She's way more politically inclined than I am. I have a rudimentary understanding of what you just said, Sammy. I can't really expand or expound on it because she speak a whole different language. I know some people be thinking I be speaking a whole different language when I be talking about their ancestors and Black American history, but Man, Sonny Johnson for president, man. I'm telling you, she is so dope when it comes to that stuff, for sure. And then that, not only that, she's just a dope individual. So yeah, man. And that be the thing. I don't get into the conservative talking points like, oh, the Democrat-led cities and all of that. Like, that's true. Trust me, it is true. But what are the like, as far as my circumstance, what were the Republicans of Philadelphia doing for my block? What were they doing to get my vote? What were they doing to change anything going on in my neighborhood? Not a damn thing. So it ain't even, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to hear that. I definitely don't want to hear that. Hear that. Lastly, vote locally for your interests, which goes into what Sammy was saying and me shouting out Sonny Johnson. It's like, yo, think about it like this. Y'all see the hundreds and the thousands of people that are available to march in the street whenever they get upset at something at 2:00 in the afternoon on a Tuesday. Where are your bodies? Where are those bodies when it's come to beat down the door of the councilman, beat down the door of the alderman, beat down the door of the mayor, the governor? How come y'all got all of this energy to block traffic, fuck up the livelihoods of the community that you supposedly advocating for, but you're not using that same gumption, that same ambition, that same mobilization to actually hold the politicians in your city accountable for the shit that they're either doing or not doing? Do you imagine if 200 people marched to the councilman's office and demanded an audience? Marched to the governor's office, marched to the mayor's office, talking about hell no, we won't go? People love that scene in Malcolm X when Malcolm X organized and mobilized all of the brothers of the Nation of Islam to make sure the dude that got abused by the cops didn't get further abused. How come that's not happening in the 21st century as it pertains to our local politicians? Why is it that you're tearing up your local area for national political issues? As much as, you know, people vilify the January 6th people, at least they took it to Capitol Hill. They ain't tear up their own neighborhood in the name of the election being rigged or stolen or whatever it was. They took it to Capitol Hill with it. They didn't tear down their own community to try to prove a point. Exactly. So Sammy says, I thought I was the only one struggling to keep up with her. Boy, listen, Sonny will talk politics. Shoot, man, it's insane. She'll rap you, son. She will cook you. She will talk circles around you when it comes to politics. And you know Sonny don't really talk. Sonny be yelling. Like Sonny's default is yelling. When she get fired up and get to talking her shit, she ain't got time to be mincing words. She ain't got no time to be playing nice with y'all, because she knows she not talking to children. She knows she talking to people her age and older who know better. So let me remind you. Let me be the reason why you don't have an excuse. You come listening to me, you can't have an excuse. And that's how we approach it here at Hotep Nation. Everybody. Once you hear it once, you are now accountable. You are now accountable. Once I tell you about all of these, the list of these things that I'm talking about, you are now accountable for that information. You can no longer walk around acting like you did not know. That's out the question. You know now. And what's the old saying? If you knew better, you do better. And now that you know better, you need to do better. Period. These have been the tenets, ladies and gentlemen, for over 100 years in Black America. And they don't fail. These list of things right here. This stuff right here, all of this does not fail. Has never failed. There is not a single household that stuck to this, or single community that stuck to this, that are failing. And I'm telling y'all right now, what they'll do is they'll pinpoint certain stuff. It's no different than when people pinpoint downtrends in Bitcoin or downtrends in the stock market. If you look out, if you zoom out and look at the Bitcoin chart, it does this. That's what it looks like. When you zoom out and look at the S&P 500, it does this. So yeah, while it has downtrends, it's doing this. It's going up. Period. It's designed to never stay down. So all of the moments where it is down, that's when you double down on it. All of the times where goods are not as goods are cheaper and stuff like that, you making less money and all the other stuff. Now is the time to double down because it's gonna come back around. What I tell y'all, it's all cyclical. What goes around comes around. I'm telling you, it's gonna come back around. Every single time. It does not matter. Look at the S&P 500 from the time it was started to right now. It looks like this. This is what it looks like. Going up. Period. So even if you bought at the first height, if you keep dollar cost averaging, you're going to be in profit. I don't care when you buy Bitcoin. $100,000, $20,000, $5,000, $10. I don't care. You're going to, in 5 years, in a year, 3 years, 10 years, going to think yourself that you bought it whenever you started buying it. Because that's what investments do. Long-term investments are supposed to do that. And y'all know I tell y'all about my diverse portfolio of things that I invest in. Outside of stocks, outside of crypto, you know, I got shares in art, you know, I got shares in collectibles and gemstones and precious metals, gold, silver, all of this other stuff. Like I wanted to make sure that my money was parked in all of these different areas so that way if stocks are down right now, precious metals are up, or art is good right now, whatever it is, wine, whiskey, I got an asset for every bump on your face. That's how it's supposed to go. I have an asset class for every bump on your face. It does not matter. I love having my money work for me. Cause I tell y'all all of the time, your money's not going to get tired. Your money's not going to get hungry. Your money's not going to need money for itself. It only is there to generate more money for you. That's what your money is for, to generate more money. And once you start thinking about money that way, you'll always be rich. You'll always be wealthy. You always will live in abundance because you understand the power of wealth building, the main tenets of wealth building. Memphis says the NPCs weren't told to be mad, so they aren't. And that's what he's talking about as far as not mobilizing to go to your local politicians. Y'all mobilize locally for national issues. You mobilizing in Los Angeles for something that's happening all over the country that came from Washington. You see what I'm saying? Y'all getting caught in the pimping. Again, not y'all in the chat because y'all, you know, y'all lit, y'all Hotep. But these people, for the most part, they get lost in the pimping and wonder why they miserable all day, every day. Wonder why their lives are not getting any better. Because you keep getting lost in the pimping. You keep falling into your feelings every damn day. All right, so what do we got next on the docket? Let's see. I can't see y'all. There was a video I wanted to show y'all. Let's see. This is crazy, man. It's already about to be 8 o'clock. Welcome to everybody in the Anons, man. Shout out to y'all. I know y'all be popping in and out, seeing what I'm saying, leaving, seeing what I'm saying, leaving. I get it. I do the same thing to other people and stuff like that. So shout out y'all for just checking in with me and seeing what I'm doing. This is what I sound like every day when I'm on these streams, baby. This how I'm going to keep talking. This how I give it up. So welcome. Sometimes, you know, stay a while. We're going to get into it. But there is a video that I made that I forgot I made. And it was, I got one funny one that we'll get to. And there's another one that was, you know, pretty interesting. And I totally forgot that I made it because that's another thing about the output, chat. I be forgetting that most people do not know these stories. I do know that there's a select percentage of people in the community or in America, period, who know these stories. And I understand the need to repeat and stuff like that. As y'all can see, my lives have been pretty consistent with saying some of the same things and all of that. And that's because I'm really learning that because I know it does not mean that it shouldn't be said again. I've been noticing that. And I'm not going to bore y'all to death, all you day ones who've been here with me day one. I'm not going to bore y'all. I'm going to make sure that I have new material. You dig what I'm saying? But I'm also cognizant of the fact that there are some people that's tuning in for the first time ever. You know what I'm saying? I got, however many thousands of followers that I have right now. And I know that any given day that I tweet that link to come to the YouTube and all that other stuff, it may be somebody who, for the first time, wants to check out what I got going on. So I want to make sure that there's still a theme going on that y'all understand, because this is not just an entertainment stream. This is an edutainment stream. So I want to make sure that I am repeating certain names, certain events, certain dates and stuff like that. So that can be ingrained even in the day ones, but also introduced to the people who are just coming in and checking me out. Too many people don't know about Annie Turnbull Malone. Too many people don't know about Junius G. Groves. Too many people are not tapped into what's really going on with Black American history. And if I'm going to be the Hotep historian that I am, I do owe it to my audience to make sure that I'm reiterating some of these points. That 100-year-old solution, we're going to be going back to that. We 100% are going to be revisiting that, because those solutions are necessary. They're over 100 years old, and there are people right now currently who are in need of to hear those solutions. And I wanted to make something perfectly clear while this thing eventually loads up, because y'all know I don't need a prompt for real. I just like to be able to have certain visuals to help you guys with. But I can go. I'm gonna let y'all know something. Everybody is not going to make it. Okay? Everybody is not going to make it. The only people that are going to make it are the people who want to make it. I want y'all to know something. There's no want. Okay? There's no want without action. I don't care how bad you want something. If you're not doing something to get what you want, wanting it means nothing. In the Bible, or at least in my circles, faith without works is dead, right? I don't know if that's an actual scripture, but I grew up in the church and that's what's been told to me since I was a child. Faith without works is dead. So you can have all of the faith in the world, you can have all of the wants, the needs, and all of that stuff in the world. If you are not going to work towards it, then it means nothing. It's a fairy tale. It's a figment of your imagination. And what happens is, as we saw with the Marxists earlier, they want the food. They want the money. See, it's not like these Marxists are against having money. They clearly want money. Now, they delude themselves into thinking that I only need $150 only for groceries. But no, you want money. If somebody were to give any one of those people that we saw in them screenshots $1 million right now, they would 100% be happy about their millionaire status in America. For sure. For sure. They want the money. Yeah, this is the video right here. We're going to go with the serious video first, and we're going to end it with the jokey stuff. So this is how Henrietta Wood got her reparations in 1878, chat. Let's tap in. Arthur H. Sims was a Pullman porter who later became a successful lawyer in Chicago. His legal education was funded by the restitution his mother received. Yeah, I'm about to say, make sure this. Oh, wow, look at the volume. That's why y'all can't hear it. Come on. Sorry about the delay, chat. Sorry about the delay. It's all good. But while we getting this under control, let me read the chat. Oh, in 1878, Henrietta Wood. Hold on. Let me pause it real quick. Why is the volume not going up? There we go. But before we get into the video, let's read the chat. Memphis says, I had somebody with Genius G Groves today when they said there are no black distributors or manufacturers. Shut that BS right up. Shout out to Hotep dudes for that info. See? That's how we do it, baby. Each one teach one. Thank you, Sammy. Sammy says, you quoted it right. Faith without works is dead. I know my mother had me in the church every Sunday. You heard? Now, what I was doing Friday and Saturday, nobody need to know about. But I was in that church house playing the drums. You hear me? Praise and worship. You know what I'm saying? What was the joint? This is the day. This is the day that the Lord has made. That the Lord has made. I will rejoice. Come on now. Come on now. If y'all grew up in the church, y'all know these songs. But anyway, let's go. Let's go. Let's get into it. Arthur H. Sims was a Pullman porter who later became a successful lawyer in Chicago. His legal education was funded by the restitution his mother received from a historic lawsuit. In 1878, Henrietta Wood, a former slave, won the largest verdict for slavery reparations in U.S. history, amounting to $2,500 or just under $80,000 adjusted for inflation, which she used to help Arthur attend Union College of Law, now a part of Northwestern University. Henrietta Wood was born into slavery in Kentucky around 1819. Initially owned by the Toucey family, she was sold to a Louisville merchant named Henry Forsyth in 1843 for $700 or $25,000 adjusted for inflation. She worked under harsh conditions until she was sold again to William Sirode, a French immigrant who took her to New Orleans. After Sirode left for France, his wife Jane moved to Cincinnati with Henrietta, where she was declared free in 1848. However, this freedom was short-lived. In 1853, Zebulon Ward, a deputy sheriff, kidnapped Wood with the help of her employer and sold her back into slavery in Kentucky. Despite an initial failed lawsuit, she was sold to Gerard Brandon in Mississippi, where she endured the brutal life of plantation work and gave birth to Arthur. Following the Civil War, Wood remained under Brandon's control until she was finally freed in 1869. Returning to Cincinnati, she sought justice through the legal system. In the case of Wood versus Ward, she sued Ward for her kidnapping and forced labor, asking for $20,000 or $631,000 adjusted for inflation. The case concluded with her receiving the $2,500, which she wisely used not just for her son's education, but also to establish a foundation for her family's future. Henrietta lived until 1912 in Chicago, leaving behind a legacy of resilience in the pursuit of justice. Yeah. So that's going to be the biggest reparations case. There was another one that happened before her. I think her name was Elizabeth Freeman, and that happened in the 1700s. But this just spoke to, when we're talking about reparations in the 21st century, just so, on the record, I am for it. I know a lot of conservative black Americans, they're not really for it because they look at it as another government handout and all of that, and I get that. I look at it as investing, first of all, repairing what needs to be repaired, but even more than that, investing in the American people. It's consistent with what I was saying as far as the taxes and stuff like that. You should want to invest in black America. You do. As the government or whatever, you want to be able to invest in black Americans, period, overall, because at the end of the day, the more the more productive black Americans are, the more that they produce, the more that they contribute to society, the more that America is better for it. So that's what I stand on when it comes to that. And the reason why I stand on that is largely because of the things that I do see contemporarily. Like I said, the National Business League is still a thing. A lot of all of these national Negro associations still exist. The National Negro Medical Association is just now the National Medical Association. As a matter of fact, so I don't have to go through a list of things. Usually black-owned organizations or institutions had national, and white ones were American. You know what I'm saying? It's 100% old. Absolutely, Sammy. It's absolutely old. When it comes down to your ability to get it, though, this goes back to strategy. Does it matter if the reparations came and they came with the story like, yo, as America, we owe y'all this. We put y'all through hell over the past however many hundreds of years. Slavery, black codes, Jim Crow, all of these things that we put y'all through as the government and all that other stuff. And this is what we give you. A big thank you and a hug because we put you through that. Or like, yo, here's this allotted amount of money, or here's these allotted amount of resources, or whatever it is. I think no taxes is pretty dope, but whatever it is, whatever is agreed upon between our representatives and the people that actually have Black America's interests at heart, and they're saying it's like, yo, we don't believe we owe y'all anything. We don't care about owing y'all. We don't care about repairing anything. We only care about that you guys are American citizens and we want to invest in a Black American citizens. Are you not going to take it because they don't care about the reparations or repairing or owed or none of that? If they still pay it, if somebody owed you $100 and being like, yo, I'm only giving you this $100 because I think you a good person. I don't feel like I owe you any money, but here's the $100. Are you going to not take it? It's all about strategy to me. So I've seen too many politicians and people from the government give all of this lip service and say, all of the shit that Black Americans have built and went through and all this other shit, and they don't do anything but talk. So if I had a very stoic politician that's being like, yo, I don't believe we owe y'all anything, but this is something that we should do for Black Americans to invest in the infrastructure of Black American communities, Black American citizens, and all that other stuff. I'm not about to sit here and be mad because he's framing it that way. For what? For what? What does that matter? I know somebody might say narrative, the narrative of the payment or the narrative of the resources should matter because of all of the things that we listed, all of the stuff that Black Americans went through and all of that. But it's like, yeah, I get it. But as somebody who has been battling mainstream narratives and stuff like that, I care about y'all knowing the true narrative or y'all knowing the narrative that's appropriate or whatever, because it's not like that person is lying. That's what they truly feel the narrative is. You dig? But all of the other stuff as far as being repaired and what's owed and all that other stuff, I think that's Black Americans' responsibility to other Black Americans. Let the babies know that this year, while President such and such or, whoever, Governor such and such said that this is just investing in Black American infrastructure, let you know the historical relevance to this. That's fine with me. You know what I'm saying? And I don't see any downside to that. The worst we have is I'm talking about the very worst. I like to take things to the logical conclusion. The very worst thing is just a battle of narrative. That's it. The battle of narratives. And honestly, who are the babies especially if we get the bread or we get the resources and we use it the way we're supposed to use it to build our communities and all of that other stuff, so where we got our own schools and we got our own this, that, and the third. Who do you think is going to win that narrative war as far as the babies are concerned when they're literally sitting inside of a Black-owned school, Black-built school, Black curated curriculums, centering Black Americans in Black American history, centering Africa and African histories and all this other stuff? Like, if you're doing that, then the babies are going to listen to you. The government is the government. They have more reverence for you than the governor. So I introduced that to you, Sammy, not to say that you're wrong. You're absolutely right. It's old. Agreed, 100%. But also to keep in mind stratagem and strategy. If let's just say, not to say that that's true, but if we got closer to the reparations by framing it a different way, I don't know. I'm not mad at that. If y'all got a good rebuttal, please let me know in the chat. We can discuss it. I have no problem. And word to HJ, I'm definitely gonna get like a hotline, a number or something, so y'all can call in and all of that. Like I said, I'm still getting my feet wet with all of this other stuff, but yeah, man, like whatever, like dead ass, yo. You could call it whatever you want. You know what I'm saying? Honestly, that's how I look at it, man. Cause I understand like when it comes to like the Japanese internment camps and all of that other stuff, but it's like, dog, I don't think the Japanese would have gave a good goddamn what they called it. If you giving that bread, you giving that bread. Like, so that's how I look at it. You know what I mean? But I will say, because I like to argue against myself to make sure that my points are salient and shit like that. Is it salient? To make sure that they're concise. And I can see how the narrative could be an issue. That we don't really feel like we owe you any bread. You know what I'm saying? But Maj has a good breakdown on how reparations could be paid out. Really? Uh, can y'all link it to me? Can y'all link it to me? We had no problem. We could check out Maj's content. Gotta shout my man out anyway for holding me down on Friday, for linking me and Chad. Shout out to Black Guns Matter overall. You heard? That's family right there. That's family. Maj Teray, another man that's a part of the allies of Hotep Nation. Again, I consider these people Hotep. I consider Sonny Johnson Hotep. I consider Maj Teray Hotep. I know they fly the flag for us. You know what I'm saying? And they definitely consider themselves adjacent to us and rocking with us and stuff like that. But even though they may not be, card carrying Hotep or whatever, those people are 100% Hotep. You dig? They grew up black. They grew up authentically black. They grew up in black neighborhoods. You feel me? Sonny Johnson grew up around Southern grannies a whole life. Maj Teray grew up around predominantly black towns and towns. A predominantly black city, predominantly black neighborhoods his whole life. You dig? That matters. So, while good looking Scruggs, we try to find it. So while Scruggs is looking for that, y'all let me know. You know what I'm saying? What is the downside of the narrative? And this is somebody who understands the importance of narrative, so don't get me wrong. But what's the downside of white people, switching that narrative and being like, you know what, listen, I don't feel like we owe black Americans anything, but here's some investment. Sorry, man. I ain't mad at that. What Vincent say, get that bread. There we go. I got my bullseyes. I got 3 of them tonight. Yeah, I can't tell me shit. Sammy says, I like that tactic. Whatever strategy is needed to get that money to FBA's Freeman, I say we use it. But from a descendant of African immigrants to you, I believe it's a debt owed to y'all. For sure. I can respect that. You dig? You know what I mean? That's big respect, Sammy. I appreciate that. So the next video, I don't know if y'all seen it before. And trust me, it's all my content. But there was this video that I made because I was in the archives as I usually am, and y'all would not believe the story that I found in the newspapers, yo. I'm telling you, the newspapers, 100-year-old newspapers, are more entertaining than any show you got on Netflix. I put it up against I put it up against what's another joint on Netflix? Damn, I haven't watched Netflix in so long. What's another popular series? Whatever the fuck, what Tyler Perry just do? Straw. Yeah, I'm telling you, 150, 100-year-old news articles, yo, about what was really going down in real life are way more entertaining than any movie, any TV show, anything that you will ever watch, because the shit is so far away from you that you don't really feel that connected to it, but it's so close to you as far as like the stories that you're reading up close, like physically, yo, just like, yo, I can't believe this is happening. Oh, not this one, not this. This was different, which is, we can get to that too. But that joint was funny. That says photo, video. So it's gonna be this one. Video. This video was hilarious, G. Super hilarious. And yo, let me know in the chat, are the fans bothering y'all, or the video sound? Let me know how we sounding. I don't want to, there's still gotta be quality. It's gotta be a good stream. You dig? Gotta be a good stream. I'm letting y'all know now, I'm not turning these fans off. It's hot in here. Dig me? It's hot in here. Come on, y'all. Not y'all, but come on. YouTube. Yo, I'm not gonna lie. I'm liking the fact that I'm seeing more double digits than single digits. That means we on the rise, my baby. Shout out to the 15 people that's in here. Let's go. So yes, the crazy things I see in the archives. So off the dribble, look at the headline. Look at the damn headline. Let that load up a little bit so we ain't got to worry about it.
Now, I'm not going to lie. This is not.
Let that load up for a little bit. For sale, one wife, cheap at $500,000. Son, when I read this story, I was like, no way this is real. But it was real. It was real. This happened in California. So I'm going to read the article, the blurbs from the article, and then let the video play. So Los Angeles, December 20th. In a divorce action filed this afternoon, Mrs. Helen LeMay of Long Beach charged that her husband, Elsinore LeMay, a film director and theatrical manager, tried to sell her for $500,000 to Lou H. Baker, a wealthy Negro gambler from Juarez, Mexico. So that's the story. That a white man tried to sell a white woman to a black man in Mexico. Oh my God. Yeah, yo, I'm trying to tell you, Sammy. The archives is crazy, son. The archives is crazy. Let's get into it. I used every minute of whatever Twitter was going to allow me. 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Let's get into this shit. This is crazy.
Now, I'm not going to lie. This is not even Black American history, but I was in the archives and I saw this and I thought this was crazy. So we're going to dive into this crazy story.
Yo, we got to do it, right, Sammy? We got to break down. We got to break out the calculator. Oh, no. Oh, man. All right, let's do it. We got to do it. Fuck. Oh, man. I may have put it already in the video, but I like that you asked me, so I'm going to do it. What year was this? I want to say this was the 1920s. Let's do 1920s. And we're going to do in the middle of the 20s to try to keep it fair. If that's way off, then we way off. But let's do 1925. So 100 years ago. 500,000. $9.18 million, Jack. Oh man, wait till y'all hear this story though. Laughing got me. Y'all got me. Which tab was it? Oh, there we go. All right, y'all. Let's watch it. No more suspense. Let's start over.
Now, I'm not going to lie. This is not even Black American history, but I was in the archives and I saw this and I thought this was crazy. So we're going to dive into this crazy story. It's in the winter of 1925, okay? So on December 20th, Helen LeMay from Long...
Look at that. Didn't even... Come on now. Y'all got to give me credit. I didn't even remember it was 1925. Boom. Shout out to Hotep Dubes, you know?
Long Beach, California, filed for divorce in Los Angeles, accusing her husband, Elsinore LeMay, a film director and theatrical manager, of trying to sell her for $500,000 to Lou Harris Baker, apparently a wealthy gambler from Juarez, Mexico. Now, the husband said that he was a black man that lived in Suarez and he was rich and like had all of this money and it was lit and he was going to pay her. So the next day, the husband responded in Long Beach with a statement to the local newspaper.
All right, so he responds. Okay, the husband responds,
calling the accusation a complete fabrication, that it was a total lie. He claimed there was no Lou Harris and that he had made up the story to help Ellen, who had been deeply depressed since losing her 5 children from a previous marriage. Her husband thought it was a good idea to tell her that some rich Negro in Mexico was willing to buy her for $500,000.
So that's a fact. So the story goes, Elsinore or Elsinore, I've seen different spellings in my research of this. Can you say, like, the first slide said Elsinore, this one says Elsinore, like, whatever. So what happened was Helen got a divorce from her previous husband. They had 5 kids together. And while she was taking care of Elsier, he was sick with some shit going on with him. I guess she was a nurse or whatever. They fell in love and she left her husband. So the husband, to get back at her, was like, well, I'm keeping the kids. Now, this is before the courts automatically sided with the moms most times. Back in the day, they would automatically side with the dad because usually the father was the provider of, the financial provider, the breadwinner. So the courts would automatically put the children in the hands of the father because they knew he at the least had the means, the money to take care of the kids. And that's usually how it goes. So she loses all 5 of her children. So she goes into a deep depression. Now, you got to understand both sides of the story. So that's, her story and what, what's going on with her. Now we're going to go on to what he said. So this is what he did to try to make his wife feel better. Like, yo, I know you sad about, about the kids and all this other stuff, but here's what I got for you. Some nigga in Juarez, Mexico, he's a gambler. He wants to buy you for $500,000. So here's the article. I like to read the articles in the slide. So it says, Elsier LeMay, theatrical man and moving picture director, accused by his wife Helen 2 days ago in a divorce complaint of having tried to sell her to Lou Harris, supposed Negro leader of Juarez, Mexico, underworld, today made a signed statement to Long Beach Telegram in which he characterized the entire charge as a myth. He said there was no such person in existence as Lou Harris and declared he had invented the story to, quote, bring my wife back to life. This statement asserted that his wife's brooding over the loss of her 5 children by a previous marriage had induced him to invent the Negro $500,000 sales story to arouse her interest. All right, Lou Harris, Negro gambler, is a myth, said in the statement. No Negro by that name exists, so far as I know. I invented the Lou Harris story to bring my wife back to life and to keep her from brooding constantly over the loss of the 5 children, which were hers by a former marriage and who were taken away. Hold on. So, yeah. Hold on. It's the only thing about the subtitles when you read. Oh, damn it. So basically, y'all get that. So let's keep going. Because there's more to the story.
Mexico was willing to buy her for $500,000.
Damn it. Almost had it.
So, yeah, that's crazy. So, the story takes another turn. A woman in Los Angeles claiming to be Lou Baker's wife told the press that Lou was real and that Elsier had indeed offered Helen to him for $500,000, hoping to use the money to buy her nice clothes and cheer her up.
Son. So, out of nowhere, some random woman comes out and says, nah, Elsier is lying. Lou Baker is actually a real person. And he came because it wasn't just the children that Helen was sad about. It was also the fact that she wanted the finer things. She wanted the finer things in life. So this is Christmas Eve. Says Cherchez Le Home. Might as well be the watchword today in the $500,000 wife sale divorce action filed by Mrs. Helen LeMay against Elsier LeMay, motion picture promoter. They kept putting his profession in this shit. Find the Ethiopian, not in the woodpile, but somewhere between Oakland and Juarez. Louis Harris Baker, gambler, whose desire for a white mate, according to Mrs. LeMay, influenced him to offer $500,000 for her. LeMay says there was never a Lou Harris Baker. The whole idea declares was a brilliant scheme.
But Elsier stuck to his story, explaining that it was all a psychological tactic to help Ellen. He shared their backstory. They met in 1914 in Modesto while he was bedridden with rheumatism. They fell in love, but after moving to Los Angeles, Elsier lost his job, and Helen grew unhappy, longing for finer things.
So, here we go. We came to Los Angeles. This is from Elsier. He's saying this stuff. So, like I said, I broke down. She thought she chose up. She thought she was leaving dude that she was with. She taking care of this famous movie director, theatrical manager. So that means he got theaters under his name. And he makes movies. So she thinking she done hit the big time. He just a little sick right now. I'm going to nurse the motherfucker back to health. I'm going to leave my husband. You feel me? I'm going to get with this rich dude. And we about to live the lavish life in L.A. The Hollywood life. Sammy says someone was trying to get some last minute Christmas money. That's a fact. Vincent, no, he wasn't holding like that. Pause. Like this man it exists. Now, let's get into the article. It says, quote, "We came to Los Angeles. I found work as a moving picture director, but later lost my position. Since I could not earn enough so that she could buy pretty clothes and send nice presents to her children, she was discontented and anxious to do something to make a lot of easy money. Finally, I hit upon the Harris idea as a scheme to make a desperate test of her psychological reaction." Yo, I said, "I know a man who could provide you with loads of money. He is a Negro, very wealthy, owns 150 gambling houses in this country, in Mexico, and has a $400,000 home at Beverly Hills. He is worth $4 million, and he would give," jeez, with these damn subtitles.
In a misguided
Sorry, y'all. This is hilarious. Let's just say $150 would yield herself to him. Basically, the psychological reaction. What does that mean, chat? Please tell me what the hell a psychological reaction is. So let me get this straight. Shorty is depressed because she lost her kids and she's broke. She's dealing with you and she's broke. And she want the finer things. And you think the best way to handle this situation is to create a random nigga in Mexico who has, what did he say? 150 gambling houses. Okay? And has a $400,000 home in Beverly Hills and worth $4 million. My God, son. What is this logic? What is this logic? Yo, listen, I understand being like, yo, hitting her with it like, yo, listen, I know you upset right now. I know I'm down on my luck right now. It's not as lit as it was. I got fired. But I got something coming down the pike. I'd rather you lie and say that than to have this elaborate scheme that a random nigga in Mexico, a Mexican nigga, is waiting to send $500,000 or $9 million adjusted for inflation. $9 million, chat. How is that going to make any sense? How are you going to produce? Yo, if you broke right now and you were trying to keep this scheme up, where you getting $9 million from? And if you didn't have any intention of getting the $9 million up or the $500,000 up, how is this going to be helpful for her mental state? If she's already sad, that she don't got the kids, she's already sad that she can't buy fine clothes and all this other stuff, why would you getting her hopes up that that's going to no longer be a problem? And it is going to be a problem because you're actually broke still. How is that going to help her mental health? Please explain to me how this makes any sense, Elsier, Elsinore, whatever your name is, bro. Insane. Let's go.
Lost his job, and Helen grew unhappy, longing for finer things. In a misguided attempt to lift her spirits, he came up with the Lou Harris idea. Soon after, a photo of Marie LeMay, likely Helen, appeared with a caption alleging Elsier tried to sell her into slavery.
See? See, this is what happens. This is exactly what happens. Then they remix the story on you. So now I done sold you into slavery. This is what happens. You done pissed that woman off. You done promised her $500,000, adjusted for inflation, $9 million. $9 million. You welch on that because you completely lied. And now this same woman is saying you tried to sell her into slavery. Now she's a slave.
Federal authorities began investigating the claims. Now, was Helen's accusations true, or was this just Elsier's strange way of trying to save their marriage?
Y'all tell me, man. Y'all watched the video. That was it. That was the story. You feel me? That was the story. What y'all think? Do y'all honestly think Elsier tried to sell this woman into slavery to some random nigga in Mexico? Or do you think that it was truly him trying to buy him some time or try to cheer her up? Like, what is the logic? I want y'all to tell me what the hell the logic is behind this, yo. What is the logic behind this? I'm not seeing it. When did I make this video? When did I make this video? March sometime? March 20th. And you listen, it didn't do nothing. Nobody gave a damn about this video. But like, son, I'm trying to tell you, like, this bugged me out. I'm reading this shit in real time. I'm like, yo, what in the hell? What in the hell? That was bugged out, chat. I'm sorry. Sammy says, is this the 1920s version of the gender war narrative? Sound like something Mel would defend, bro. Tyler Perry would have Taraji as Marie and her husband as some dark-skinned actor. That's a fact, son. That's a fact. That shit was crazy, Sam. I read that and I was like, nah, son, this shit is wicked business. This is wicked. But yeah, I could 100% see Tyler Perry creating this same narrative. Yeah, Elsier lied. That's it. He just lied. That's all it was. He just lied. He tried to buy, some good grace. You know what I'm saying? Because, back then, shit, even now, I be hearing how white women don't be giving it up after they get married. You know what I'm saying? So I know he wasn't getting no ass. He wasn't getting no ass. Every night she walking around moping and shit, sad because she got 5 kids and she can't see him. So he ain't getting no action. He done lost his job. He got no motion. So he got no motion, no act right in the crib, no sex, no nothing. He had to come up with something, Sam. He had to come up with something. He was like, shit. Shit. All right, check. I ain't tell you this was supposed to be a surprise, but I know of a Negro in Mexico, in Juarez, who owns 150 gambling houses, is worth $4 million. What's $4 million during this time? What's that adjusted for inflation? He has $4 million in 2020 and 1925 numbers. So what is it? So $4 million is how much in 1925? Let's see how much he was worth. $73 million. She had this man. All right, so son says, all right, there's a nigga in Mexico. There's a nigga in Mexico. He owns 150 gambling houses. He got some out here too. He got a crib in Beverly Hills. Cause they live in LA. They live in LA. So I don't know why. So I'm not gonna say I don't know why, because he could have just made a crib up. So now I'm thinking Elsier is like driving her to Beverly Hills and be like, yeah, that's where he live. He just not home right now. He in Mexico. Like giving her the whole shit. And for those like few days, because it was like December 20th when the news dropped, at least on the newspaper, and then December 24th, you feel me? She was filing a divorce. She was filing a divorce in December 20th. So I don't know how long he was able to get this story off, but it seems like it was a very short time. It does not seem like he was able to get this off. So what I think happened is that he had this story. He actually got some ass because this just the dopamine and like, you feel me? All of the things that's rushing to your brain that make you feel good about what he's telling you, maybe, got a little excited, got a little happy and shit, and he was able to parlay that into some sex. It's Christmas time, bitch. Like, what's going on? You know what I'm saying? So he's good now for the first couple days. And then she like, yo, so when are we gonna go to Mexico? Or when is he coming here? When are we gonna get the 500,000? And he's like, how's that gonna work? And he like making excuses and shit, because you know how to lie. He try to keep the lie alive for as long as possible. So he's like, all right, yeah, nah, I sent the telegram, he didn't send it back, or whatever excuses he hitting her with. Like, yo, it's soon, give me some time. I only talked to him once. I got to talk to him again. All of this other stuff. It may be less than 500,000. Who knows? Like, he's sitting there with all of that shit. All of it. And women ain't dumb. She was like, this motherfucker's lying. He's fucking lying. I know he's lying. He's lying. There is no Negro. There's no nigga in Mexico with $500 to give me. He's not worth $4 million. He don't have a gambling house. And you want me to believe a nigga lives in Beverly Hills? I'm filing for divorce. I'm filing for divorce. You on bullshit, Elsier. You on bullshit. I left my first husband and my 5 kids to take care of your old sick ass, or your sick ass. We moved to LA. You immediately lose your job. And then on top of that, to add insult, I'm sad as hell. I miss my kids. You told me that you was this theatrical manager, that you was this movie director, and you was so lit out here. Everybody knew your name in the town. You own Hollywood. All of this shit, you hit me in the head. All of this, because if he's lying about a random nigga in Mexico, I know why she was nursing him back to life. He was hitting her with all types of pipe dreams. I know he was hitting her with all types of stories. Like, oh yeah, when I get done with this and all of that, I got a movie that I'm working on. We had to pause production because I was a little sick. Once we get back to that, the movie gonna do, we gonna be a box office smash. We lit, da-da-da-da-da. And she fucking giving them sponge baths and all this other shit, happy as hell, calling back to the crib like, I want a divorce from you. I done found somebody new. I done chose up. That nigga got this, that, and the third. He gonna take care of me and all this other shit. The husband was like, I bet. If that's the type of life you want to live, cool. But understand I'm keeping the kids. And that hurt her. That hurt a little bit. But it was worth it because I got with this nigga who's about to have me lit. I'm about to be like Audrey Hepburn or whatever you know what I'm saying, whoever it is. You feel me? So that was because at that point, I'm pretty sure the husband because, I mean, shit, even today, 80% of divorces are filed by the wife. You feel me? Like, they the ones who end these shits. So I'm sure the husband was like, yo, you sure? Like, you out in Modesto, you said you was working with this patient, and now you telling me you leaving me for this patient? Like, you sure you want to do that? We got 5 kids together. You sure you want to do that? And she was like, hell yeah, you my ex. I don't give a good goddamn. I'm with Elsier now. We lit. We in Hollywood. We in LA. Fuck you, nigga. And the husband was like, all right, bitch, well, how about this? You not getting the kids ever because the state of fucking America is not going to allow you to have them, because where the fuck are you going to have them at? Boom, 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 boom. She chose up and was like, okay, because I'll be able to use this vast wealth that me and my husband has to send the money, and you are going to get tired of them kids, and you're going to want them to at least come for the summer or whatever. You'll be all right. You'll come around. She's banking all this on Elsier's lies. He get caught in the first batch of lies. Now, he wasn't lying about being a theatrical manager, being a theatrical manager is literally being a manager of a theater. That's it. He's a manager of a theater. That's it. Just like there's a manager at AMC and Cinemark and all these other places. Like, he's just a manager of a movie theater. Then you say you're a movie director, which is cool too. But then you get fired from that occupation. Then you get fired. So now we probably lived high on the hog for like this much, few months, maybe a year, and now we back down bottom. And now I'm sad about that. Son, I'm trying to tell you, Memphis running crazy game. Memphis was saying he was running crazy game. That's what he was. He was just hitting her with the yip, 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 yip. The yap, 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 yap. That's what he was hitting her with. What do I say? What she get lost in? Chat, what did she get lost in? What did Helen get lost in? I say it all of the time. She got lost in the what? Tell me what she got lost in. See if y'all been paying attention on the streams. What did Helen get lost in, chat? Let me know. This shit is hilarious. This is crazy. What did Helen get lost in? What do I say people be getting lost in all of the time? See if y'all was paying attention in the chat, son. Oh, man, this is hilarious. Not the sauce. Similar. Got lost in the pimping. She got lost in the pimping. She started hearing the words and didn't see the actions. That's what getting lost in the pimping means. It's all yip yap. You feel me? It's all words. There's no actions. I'm getting lost in the pimping. That's what happened with Helen. And once you realize you got lost in the pimping, you feel a particular type of way, especially if you're a woman. You had me leave my husband and my 5 kids. You tell me that you a lit movie director and theatrical manager and all of that. And you lied, son. You lied. So I'm about to kill you. So in a last ditch effort, a liar always go a lie. I'm letting y'all know that right now. When a liar is backed up against the wall, they're not going to tell the truth. They're going to tell another lie. That's how this works. Let me tell you something. I know. A liar, when backed into a wall, will continue to lie. It is only when there is no other option. They have been caught dead to rights, every single angle. There's no more moves on the board. The truth got you in checkmate. That is the only time a liar that's the only time a liar is going to tell the truth, when they don't have any other option. A liar is always going to lie. And there's going to be some people who die with the lie. But in this situation, he didn't. He lied. So he's been lying this whole time. He lied to her when he was sick. He lied to her when he got with her. And now for his final act, for my last hit, I'm about to hit you with the lie of all lies, bitch. Listen to me. There's a nigga named Lou Harris Baker. He lives in Mexico. This nigga has 150 gambling houses between Mexico and California. He's worth $4 million, and he has a $400,000 house in Beverly Hills. This nigga, for some reason, wants to buy you. And I'm telling you, we can make something happen of this, baby. You want $500,000 adjusted for inflation, $9 million fucking dollars. Like, I want y'all to, like, the reason why I do this adjusted for inflation shit is because that's the feeling it is. Yes, the number means that, but that's the feeling. Imagine somebody coming up to you and being like, yo, I want to give you $9 million. That shit sound way different than I want to give you $500,000. That's why I do the adjusted for inflation. Memphis says, MEMPHIS. Making easy money pimping hoes is serious. 3-6 Mafia. Oh, man. Classic. So that's the reason why I say that shit. Sammy says, thinking. I'm filing for divorce. Oh, I cracked myself up, Sammy. So this nigga is about to hit us with $9 million adjusted for inflation. And all you gotta do is just like live in Mexico. I'll move to Mexico with you. You feel me? You don't see the fucking kids anyway. We'll go to Juarez. We'll stay at one of his, whatever properties he got in Mexico and all of that shit. And we'll be all right, babe. And I know she was looking at him like, okay. I think that's what. I don't even think that she got happy. I just think that she accepted it. I don't even think she believed him. But if this is true, I'll give you a little bit. I'm pretty sure they had a little bit of sex because, like, yo, maybe this motherfucker really do know a nigga in Mexico. You feel me? That would have paid $500,000. Now, if this woman is willing to uproot her whole life and leave her 5 kids for the next man, pimping her out for a little bit for $500,000, again, adjusted for inflation, $9 million. I don't think either one of them had a problem with that. You feel me? We see that. That's a whole category in pornography now, the cucks and all of that shit. So it's like, yo, you fuck this Mexican nigga for $500,000, adjusted for inflation, $9 million, and we Gucci. But, chat, what happens is he's lying. He's lying. So after these are 3 big lies. Like he's hitting her with like scammer lies, like big lies. These are not small lies whatsoever. And she's like, oh yeah, nah, I gotta ruin your life. I have to. So now I'm about to not only file for divorce, but I'm about to go to the papers with this shit. I'm about to take it to, like, this is no different than hopping on Twitter. Like, I'm about to let the world know how big of a broke, lying-ass bum you are. Just in case you try to spin this on the next bitch. Ladies and gentlemen, okay? And that's why I said it was funny with the articles always talking about his occupation when talking about him. You know what I'm saying? They kept bringing up the fact that he was a movie director. Movie director, Elsier. Theatrical manager, Elsier. Like, they kept bringing his profession up just in case another theater want to hire you to manage them, or a movie needs to be directed. It's like, do not hire this lying-ass, scamming-ass motherfucker. He making up imaginary niggas in Mexico. He's not to be trusted whatsoever. And so they ruined him. And what he tried to do, of course, we read it, we watched it. He tried to combat it in the press, but it was just too late, man. Nobody was trying to hear that shit, man. Nobody trying to hear that shit. You a liar, boy. Fuck you. Surprise, surprise. Nah, Sammy on the road tonight. Sammy and Memphis is on one tonight, man. They on one tonight. Let me delete some. Let me close some of these tabs. Oh, man, that was hilarious. We talked about the solution already. We can close that out. We're going to get into this right here, too, in a minute. What's this picture? What's this photo? But, yeah, man. So, I ain't going to lie to y'all, man. Like Sammy said, like I was saying, Elsier is a habitual liar, and he got what was coming to him. And we are going to hit the archives. I already got that tab open. We're going to hit the archives. I say we hit the archives at about 9 o'clock. And that's where we're going to close out at. You know what I'm saying? Sammy is a fool, yo. Sammy is a fool. That nigga said surprise, surprise. Oh, we already looked at this. Okay. Oh, man. That was funny. So, I be telling y'all about the class shit. This dude, now that I'm speaking about it, this dude on the timeline, he had said that there's no such thing as classism in Black America. Among Black Americans, there's no such thing as classism. He says there's something called levelism, which is like the way he looked at it is all of Black America, no matter what, from Oprah down to the bum in front of the liquor store. They're all a part of the same class. but there are different levels of that class. I asked him if he wanted to talk about it in the space. He was going semi-viral, so I don't know if my tweet or my request just got lost in the mentions in his replies, but I wanted to have him expound on that, because what I see happens a lot of the times is sometimes people be trying to like retitle things or rebrand things based upon their own perception. You already know how I feel about that when it comes to we talked about Evelyn Higginbottom with the invention of respectability politics, or Chester M. Pierce with the invention or the creation of the term microaggressions and shit like that. So it's like when people get the rebranding shit, I always want to know. I'm always do the research, but if I come away with it being like, oh nah, you just describe classism just in a different way, that's how it's gonna go. But I do remember I tweeted this in January because I was doing the research for episode 5. Yo, I ain't gonna lie to y'all, chat. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. Y'all, like, I'm telling y'all, I am going to get episode 5 to you. No matter how much I talk about episode 5, there'll be no way that I'll be able to spoil the whole thing. I'm telling you, there's no way. There'll be no way. I'm trying to tell y'all episode 5 is that work. Episode 6, I'm done with the script on episode 6. Now I'm just aggregating visuals and shit. But yo, the laptop, my hard drive, I need a faster computer, obviously, faster laptop, and I need a larger hard drive. So I'm thugging it. I'm growing all of this stuff. I keep my money compartmentalized and shit like that. So I just the way I just handle finances at this point. So that's definitely necessary. But episode 5, y'all, I'm so damn proud of it, and I know y'all will enjoy it. But anyway, I say all of that to say that when I was doing my research for episode 5, there was a book called Black Aristocrats. I think I told y'all about it, about Woodward Gatewood or something like that. It's something like Willard Gatewood or something like that. Look up Aristocrats of Color. You can read it online for free. But this is an excerpt from that book. So my caption says, quote unquote, freeborn black American elite would insult former slaves by calling them contraband. They equally hated the poor, mean, sneaking looking whites as well. So let's read this excerpt. The light-skinned black elite whose forebears had been free for one or more generations not only responded differently to emancipation than did slaves, but were also quick to draw distinctions between themselves as freemen and the former slaves as freedmen. So you have freemen and then freedmen. Okay? As one slave recalled, the freeborns, the quote-unquote freeborns used contraband as a pejorative term to designate newly freed slaves. In 1868, a young, fair-complexioned woman of free ancestry who was a school teacher in Frederick, Maryland, exhibited a condescending view toward black freedmen and poor whites that was probably typical of her class. Frederick, she wrote, was populated by largely by, quote, poor, mean, sneaking-looking whites, and by blacks who were, quote, ignorant and unfit for the society of any who have been blessed with any advantages of cultivation and refinement. So, again, when we're talking about, classism and all of that stuff, historically, it's been around. You had black people talking like, oh, we're freemen, y'all are freedmen. Do you know how cold that is, son? That is a cold piece. Goddamn, son. I don't even say mean that much, but that is a mean thing to say to somebody. Like, damn, we all free now. But even though we all free, fuck that. We been free. My mother was born free. My grandmother was born free, bitch. Y'all are contraband. They called them contraband. Like, these are real deal slurs. These are late 19th century slurs. And this is what I be talking about history. Y'all ain't gonna learn about this shit nowhere else. Y'all not gonna learn about this shit nowhere else. Y'all gonna keep getting the same sanitized shit that all slaves was treated the same, all black people was treated the same. That's the same shit. That's the reason why I wanted to talk to the dude, young man, about there's no class, different classes of black Americans, and it's only levelism. I wanted to hear what the hell levelism is in contrast of what classism is, because there were slaves and freeborn or free black Americans who were never slaves in 1968 talking cash shit about and to freed slaves. Like, being a freed slave was like, they made that distinction. You feel me? One letter. Free man, freed man. Just one letter, the letter D. They needed, like, this is what I'm saying. And this is in 1868, chat. This is in 1868 that they doing this to each other. Or they're doing that. And, yo, hold on. Let me see if I can, I know I can on my phone. Hold on. Where we at? I just gotta go to my page. Was it Hazel? Yep. When did I drop this? So we can actually, no, is it the media? Can we go here? Because I tweeted this, the one I'm talking about, January 7th of this year. And even though I tweet a lot and a lot of pictures, since they're doing it 3 at a time, I should be able to get to it fairly quickly. So much history in my media. Y'all should really, real talk, y'all should take advantage of this. This is the title of the book right here. Willard Gatewood. This is what I was talking about. This is the book that I'm getting these excerpts from. And you know what I've noticed? And I got to figure out the significance of this shit. What is the deal with these decades? This is the second title in my memory where I see the author specifically line out the decades of 1880 to 1920. Let me show y'all what I'm talking about. We've been talented all along. Look, this is where this is the book Respectability Politics comes in. And it says the women's movement in the Black Baptist Church, 1880 to 1920. I got to figure out the significance of this and why this was like a thing. You feel me? 1880 to 1920. And I'm letting y'all know now, don't think y'all gonna be coming in here every day learning all of this shit and y'all not gonna have to be held accountable for what y'all learn. Remember that Professor Hotep Dube said that he's curious about why book titles specifically outlined 1880 to 1920. So if anybody is so inclined to do that type of research and come back to me, I would appreciate it. But anyway, back to, to the excerpt. Okay, what's this one? I highlighted something here. Some aristocrats of color alternated between the uplift approach and the stratagem of placing distance between themselves and the ill-mannered masses. Or, on occasion, they attempted both approaches simultaneously. Often the result was resentment by the lower classes who accused the quote-unquote refined and educated classes of being haughty, overbearing, or even worse, traitors to the race. This is what I'm saying, son. There's always been this clash between classes. Always. But that's not the excerpt that I was talking about. The excerpt is... It was on... Here we go. Yep, there we go. Found it. This is all from the same book, by the way. It's all from Aristocrats of Color. So it says here, the scrupulous observance of class distinctions was evident even in the small town of Hope, Arkansas, whose, quote, fashionable social circle, known as the Big Niggas of Hazel Street, included fewer than a dozen families. The Big Niggas of Hazel Street. Now, they spelled niggas with UHS. Not gonna hold you. I have not seen niggas spelt this way, but I think they wanted to emphasize the in nigga and not the ER, right? But the Big Niggas of Hazel Street. What separated these families from other blacks in this town, one resident recalled, was, quote, the fact that they had and could do many things the rest of us could only dream about. Such things included, quote, houses, vacation, educations, transportation, status, clubs, culture, hobbies, luxuries, and ambitions of the Hazel Street elite. But in Hope and other small towns, it was, of course, more difficult for the upper class to isolate itself from the submerged masses. As a member of an old upper class family in Natchez, Mississippi, explained in 1903, quote, you take a small place like Natchez, you are necessarily thrown in frequent contact with persons whom you would not select as your friends. In a large city, you can avoid meeting them at all. So, I ain't gonna lie to y'all, chat. As much as I say what I say as far as like the Booker T. Washington versus W.E.B. Du Bois debate, I would be lying if I didn't say I understood the talented tenth or the elitism or the elite ilk in their pursuits. Like I told you, I live smack dab in the hood. Okay, in the middle of all of the degenerate shit that you see in pop culture, movies, or online on the timeline and shit. Like I told y'all, there was murders going on. Like the man literally bled to death on my steps after being shot. Like that actually happened. You know what I'm saying? I lived in the trenches. Facts. And knowing what I know and seeing how I am, you know I wouldn't want to live in that area. I don't think any decent person would. So wanting to separate yourself from that behavior is almost survival at this point. So I get it. I do. I do understand. My only discrepancy is when they take it overboard. They take it to the next level to where it's like now they are grouping all lower class people with the criminals and the degenerates, and that's not fair to the lower class people who are just working hard every day, you know, trying to make $1 out of 15 cents. You feel me? Like that's not their fault that there's a criminal element in our area. You dig what I'm saying? Like my neighbors who, you know, went to work every day and stuff like that, they didn't have anything to do with the degeneracy on the block and stuff like that. And they as well kept to themselves. They didn't talk to anybody. And they didn't physically separate themselves as far as where they lived, like I did, but they socially isolated themselves. You know, they economically separated themselves. They culturally separated themselves. And even though they lived on the same block as all of this other stuff, they did not interact. There was no community. There wasn't. So I get it. I get not wanting to be around the riffraff. You know what I'm saying? I get thinking that the best thing to do is to put these people away somewhere or in a place where they could just destroy themselves, and that's it. I can't front and say I don't get it, because I do. I also believe that there's more people who want to live right in those areas than the ones who want to live wrong. I do. And so I don't want to like throw the baby out with the bath water and say that, you know, we just need to disregard the hood and all that other stuff because of the debaucherous element. But that something has to be done. You know, I'm a proactive person, so of course I would want, all of the vocational stuff that I'm talking about for these idle little niggas to get into. Instead of you standing on the block or standing in front of somebody's house for 8, 9, 10, 12 hours a day, you need to be in somebody's workshop. You need to be in somebody's garage. You need to be in somebody's, store or something like that working. You do. All of these little dudes be needing a hev. Like how I had hev at 13 years old. They need a local business owner, somebody with skin in the game in the community to hold these little niggas accountable. And you got to get to them before they get to the age to where they got hair on their nuts, hair on their chest, hair on their face, and they think they know every goddamn thing. You got to get to them when they're 12, 11, 13 years old so you can maintain that influence over them. By the time they're 16, 17, 18, you got to have a little bit more emotion. You got to have a little bit more willing to take it there. You feel me? Like you got to have a little bit more in your tool belt to be able to reach those younger dudes. But even younger than them, they're easier to get to. You dig what I'm saying? So I'm not necessarily mad at the big niggas of Hazel Street for doing the right thing. I'm not mad that they did whatever they needed to do to emphasize building wealth, education, and all of that shit. You feel me? That was their choice, just like it was a choice of other people to do what they did. You know what I'm saying? So, with that being said, there's always been this divide. It's always been that divide. I think that's all for my media. Oh, here y'all go. Y'all asked me about the etiquette book. Here we go. Dropping sources for y'all tonight. And if y'all know where to go, look at that. The link is already there. Vincent says, there's always going to be vices, dudes. We just have to control it and regulate it. Yeah, that's a fact. We do. We definitely we have to. We have to be able to be in control of our communities. When you say regulated, I'm pretty sure you're talking about personally or communally and stuff like that. I don't think you're talking about the federal government. And you're right too, Sam. Sam says, this ain't an easy subject to navigate. Absolutely true. You can't. It just is not a one size fits all thing. You got some kids coming from abusive households acting out on the street. You got hard-headed kids out that acting out in the street. You have, an array of issues. You dig? So we definitely don't want to have a one-size-fits-all type of solution, but it'd be damn close. It'd be damn close to that. Like we're going to deviate a little bit here if we dealing with children that are abused and taking that abuse out on the world and stuff like that. We'll 100% get to the bottom of it, but we do need to be cognizant of what we're doing, what we're allowing, what we're encouraging. And we all know that as far as the stuff that we were raised on, that it starts in the home. It 100% starts in the home. So this is the book. Hold on. I don't know why I keep doing that. Oh my goodness. All right. I think we're good now. So that's that. So we're gonna spend the last couple minutes, unless I got something else here that I want to share. Oh, speaking of class, ignore this headline. This shit was crazy. This was another one that was bugged out. Shot in the argument, dog eating corn. All right, we're going to read this one real quick. Oh, my God. We're going to get to the archives and we're going to search in real time and see what we find. But this was another story. This was in Raymond, Mississippi. 4 shot in argument over dog killed for eating corn. Insane. So, in Raymond, Mississippi, four men members of two well-known and successful farm families. So these are well-to-do people. Here were shot in an argument arising over the killing of a dog here Saturday evening. Following the shooting, what's that say? I don't know. Of the injured were arrested by Deputy Sheriff Jones, but were later released on bond with preliminary hearing set for Saturday, July 31st, before Justice of the Peace Davis. Okay, why the fuck is it? Okay. What the hell? Why the hell? Random. Why is that here? Yo, I am so sick and tired of my shit. I'm so sick and tired of this stuff. Anyway, I don't know why this is. Okay, now that I clicked it, now what? Like, what the hell? Why did it tell me to do that? That's so dumb. Anyway, the shooting started after two Sanders brothers killed a dog owned by Smith Younger after they are alleged to have found the dog in their field, tearing down and eating their corn. During the shooting, Younger, his son, and the two Sanders brothers were injured. Neither of the men were seriously injured, although one of the Sanders was hit twice during the shooting. So yeah, like this is the shit was going on. I don't think this was black families, but I read that headline. I was like, okay, I gotta post this. And then lastly, that we'll do for here is this. So I was telling y'all about the clubs, right? They remember y'all read in that excerpt that they were talking about all of these exclusive clubs and all this other stuff. So this is another political cartoon or just a current events cartoon, and it spoke to new money versus old money. And now this was created in, I want to say, the early 20th century. I don't think this is late 19th. It could be late 19th, early 20th century. Anyway, so there were a bunch of newly freed slaves who first got their first taste of wealth building. This is the first time that they were making bread and all that other stuff. And now they wanted to be members of these elite clubs. Now you got to understand, these elite clubs have been around for a generation or two already. They've been around since the 1860s, 1850s, 1870s. These been around for some decades now. And now it's 1920 and you, Mr. New Money, you know what I'm saying? You are newly freed slaves. You know what I'm saying? Y'all trying to get down with these elite clubs. So you got to understand, when it comes down to these elite clubs, it wasn't just money. As a matter of fact, money was important, but it was last on the list of important things. The first thing was family. What's your pedigree like? Where are you from? What culture do you come from? Secondly, was your education. After that, it was your social standings in the community. What job do you have? What type of profession do you have? Are you respected in your area? And then it was money. That was the criteria. So this is depicting a new money person talking to an elite person who's been around old money, right? So you got new money versus old money. New money comes to the elite club door and says, howdy do, may I come in? And there's some stuff here that you can see. The ordinary man. See, the ordinary man. Hold on. You know, I got to do this thing now. Hold on. Oh, jeez Louise. Hold on, let me just do it like this. We've been talented all along. Think we're fortresses made of stone, but we're just palaces made out of flesh and bone. Oh, jeez Louise. So much is happening right now. Am I still live? Can y'all still see me? This thing might end. I don't know what's going on. All right, I think we back. So I closed out the damn tab. I forgot about this. They go by window. They go by window. But yeah. Y'all can't even see what I'm doing right now because the tab is not attached. But it's all good. It's all good. So that was that political cartoon. Let me just X out of this. So let's go on over to the archives, y'all. Let's go to the archives. Let's close out of all of this stuff. Let's go to the archives. Let's see what we got here. The Colorado Statesman was a black newspaper. All right. So let's go back. So give me some keyword. Oh, wait. We got the chat going. I ain't even peep. So we got a dog eating corn. Damn, must have been hard times. Vincent also says, like Amsterdam on the show The Wire. Yep. Sammy says, white men ain't letting them in to fraternize with their women. That's a fact. He also says, it's crazy how we be vying for positions in their clubs while creating our own caste system within our groups based upon how long someone was freed from slavery. So let it be known, the clubs that I'm referring to, these are black clubs because white people were not letting black people into their clubs. That was literally why they were created. Where's my cursor at? There we go. Sorry, y'all. Y'all don't even see what I was looking at. Can y'all see it? What's going on? So yeah, Sammy, they were black clubs for sure. And that's what I'm saying about episode 5. I list like 24 of the black clubs. Man. All right, hold on, y'all, because I don't think y'all can see. It's black, right? It's blank. I got to figure out what's going on. There we go. Now we back. All right, y'all. Let's get some keywords. I put wealthy Negro. Look who came up. When I put wealthy Negro. You heard? Yeah. Look who came up. You see what I'm talking about? This is how I found out about SD Redman from the archives. I found out about SD Redman from the archives. You feel me? So let's get some keywords going. Y'all throw some keywords in there. We're going to search for them. Make them as vague as possible because we trying to. I put wealthy Negro, so we're going to go through these wealthy Negro ones. Let's see. Jackson Advocate. What's this? Dream of wealthy Negro Civil War vet remains unfulfilled. Oh, man, that's sad. It says, wealthy Negro Civil War vet dreamed of a little Annapolis. Plan for Negro and white boys still being kept alive. Estate now worth near $1.5 million. Well, what's this about? Colonel John McKee, who was a wealthy Negro Civil War veteran, has been dead since 1902, but his dream of establishing Little Annapolis for white and Negro boys is still alive. It cropped up again the other day in Philadelphia Orphans Court with the filing of a new accounting in Colonel McKee's estate. It has grown to $1.3 million. At present, costs that some admittedly would not go far for the endowment of the institution, such as Colonel McKee had envisioned. Oh, okay, I see what he's saying. Okay. Got it. See? I'm pretty sure. Is there anything about Colonel? Was it Colonel John McKee? Is that him? Ah, here we go. That's him. Was an African American who became an extremely wealthy property owner in Philadelphia. McKee City, New Jersey, is named after him. You see why we go to the archives? You see why we go to the archives, chat? Here we go. McKee was born in Alexandria, District of Columbia around 1821. In 1838, registration in Alexandria describes him as a bright mulatto boy, about 19 years old, 5 feet 4.5 inches. Damn, son, he was a short king. Nigga was 5'4.5", who was straight built with light colored eyes. He was born free, as appears by oaths of Betsy Beckley and Fanny Beckley. He was indentured to a bricklayer while a teenager and ran away, but was brought back to complete his indenture. Okay, let's keep moving. McKee moved to Philadelphia, where he found work in a livery yard. He became a waiter working for James Prosser. Why do I know that name? Why do I know James Prosser? All right, who owned a successful restaurant on Market Street in Philly. I know Market Street. He married Emmeline, Prosser's daughter, and ran the restaurant until 1866, when he moved into property speculation. McKee is said to have fought during the American Civil War. On June 17, 1870, McKee enlisted in the 12th Regiment of the Pennsylvania National Guard. In 1872, he was made lieutenant colonel of the 13th Regiment. He served under General Lewis Wagner. Okay. Let's go. Following the end of the Civil War, many former slaves were migrating north to seek new opportunities. We know that. That was the first little wave. It wasn't as big as the Great Migration, but it was significant. I think it was like tens of thousands, maybe 100,000 people from the South went up north. In Philadelphia, McKee provided them with cheap housing in exchange for rents and for the titles on property that the former slaves had been granted in the South. So he provided them with cheap housing in exchange for rents and for the titles on property that the former slaves had been granted in the South. Where's this source? 2001. Tales of the South Jersey profiles and personalities. So I gotta see. This is what we'll get into that too. Like when I show y'all how I do my research, because we're gonna get to the bottom of this in just a second. Because property that former slaves have been granted in the South. This is what sticks out to me right here. Properties that the former slaves have been granted in the South. So y'all had properties granted to you and you exchanged it for renting spots in Philadelphia. So we got to get into that. As a matter of fact, damn, there's a lot that we got to go over. It's cool. We might have to take it to 10 o'clock, chat. Anyway. McKee's expanded his holdings from housing in Philadelphia to acreage in West Virginia, Georgia, and Kentucky. He then sold some of the southern property and bought more land in Philadelphia and land in New York and New Jersey. McKee seems to have been or become very tight-fisted, spending no money on his office or on repairs to his houses. Son, looking a little slumlordy. You're looking a little slumlordy, John. You're not putting no repairs to the houses. Let's see. According to one person who knew him, quote, he viewed life and individuals from only one standpoint, and that was what it and they were worth to him personally. A newspaper reporting his death described him as a man absolutely devoid of sentiment. McKee eventually owned 300 and 400 houses in Philadelphia. Other properties included about 300,000 acres of coal and oil land in Kentucky and Logan County, West Virginia, 21 acres near Philadelphia's 50th Street and Oregon Avenue in Philadelphia, and extensive acreage on the Delaware River in New York State and elsewhere. He founded McKee City, New Jersey, a 4,000-acre planned community where African Americans from the South could settle after the Civil War. The city included a schoolhouse, church, and a number of dormitory-type houses. The houses in McKee City were well-built but simple, without frills like inside plumbing or heating. Leases were carefully designed to ensure that the tenants improved the land. McKee had great plans for the settlement, but died before it could be realized. I wonder. Let's keep going. McKee had two daughters. McKee had two daughters. Jenny married the lawyer Sawyer Theophilus Minton, and he had one son, Henry McKee Minton. Yo, son, chat. Where the hell y'all at? Y'all know who Henry McKee Minton is, right? That's the founder of the Boule. That is the founder of the Boule, Sigma Pi Phi. We talked about this. Dog, y'all cannot tell me history is not lit. Y'all cannot tell me history is not lit. Everything aligns. Everything is intertwined with each other. So, John McKee, a short, mulatto, miser, slumlord, low-key, didn't give a fuck about people. Like, he was like Ebenezer Scrooge. And you know, every Christmas, I defend Ebenezer Scrooge. So this is crazy. Look at the connection. I did not know about McKee City being a black town. And I also didn't know that he's the father-in-law of the founder of the Black Boule. What? I just learned that right now with y'all. No funny. That's crazy. So he had two daughters, and one of the daughters married the lawyer. Oh no, this is the grandson. The grandson of John McKee. And they just kept the name cuz John had two daughters. Jenny married lawyer Sawyer. He was a lawyer. He was a lawyer and his name was Sawyer. That's crazy. Sawyer Theophilus Minton. And had one. Wait. Is he? Okay, hold on. Is this did Jenny have the son or did he have the son? That's crazy. I seen McKee and was like, no way. Oh, and I ain't gonna lie, he was born on Christmas and he died on my birthday. Let's see. That's crazy, chat. That is crazy. His grandfather on his mother's side was Colonel G. So yeah. That's what I thought. Wow. Jenny died before her father, and then he had Abby married Douglas Sifax of Arlington County, Virginia. Douglas and Abby had 5 children. McKee's wife died in the 1880s. Wow. That is crazy, son. That's super dope. I learned something new tonight, chat. And I tell y'all every day, y'all need to learn something new every day. When you study, you ain't got no problem. I don't even need to read anymore. But look at that. So let me show y'all how I do my research, right? So we go back to that whole, the land given to slaves. Yeah, this right here. So we go here. Right here, Tales of South Jersey, profiles and personalities. Okay, so there's no. And then we go right to the source. This book was made. So no. We go even deeper than that. Let me show you how we go. Let me show you what we do. Boom. Y'all not hype enough for me, chat. That blew my mind just now. Hold on. Then we do this, right? Let me show you how we do this. Boom. We're going to go to search Google. And then we're going to PDF that thing. See what we get. We're going to see what we get. Do we get any hits? Nah, we don't get no hits. We do get one, but that's not what we're looking for. 1664 to 1924. That's a deep history. Jeez. So we don't get the PDF. Because usually what would happen is that I would get the PDF. Oh, man. Yeah, usually I would get the PDF and then I would go to the bibliography of this book. But it seems like they're only going to hit me with this. Search inside with McKee. See what we get. Colonel McKee. So Colonel McKee has his own chapter. Okay. Let's go. See, this book is in 2001, chat. I'm sorry, man. Like, I'm not saying contemporary books are bad, but y'all know I want my primary source, man. I want my primary source. And then it's doing all choppy shit. All right. Sorry. But excuse me. I gotta stop eating before I come on the stairs. They'll be burping and shit. But usually what I would do is I would go to the bibliography of this book and see where they got that source from. And then usually it's secondary, or sometimes it's a primary source. You dig what I'm saying? I also use, just to help, because I want to make y'all think that I don't use AI. I 100% use AI. 100% use AI. I use Claude for the most part. I use Claude, and then I use Perplexity. You see, Claude already got my name. You know what I'm saying? So, give you an example of how I do this. Primary sources on land being granted to freed slaves. And I reiterate, only primary sources. Boom. Now let Claude search the internet. So while he's doing that, we're going to go back to the archives. All right. Come on, chat. Give me some keywords. What's up? Danger of prohibition. Ooh, what's this about? Look at this. Patronize merchants who advertise in this paper. Group Economics. So this is what year? 1912. White soldiers shoot up Delaware City. Damn, Newcastle. I know Newcastle. Says danger of prohibition, unrest among race leaders. There's a lot going on. Yeah, we'll get to that in a second. Let's see. Unrest among race leaders. Washington, often repeated statements by prominent colored men, as well by prominent white men, that the Negro should evince more interest in and concern for the many economic questions that are up for discussion and solution, instead of sticking so close to the race problem appears to be hearkened to if the hundreds of letters pouring into the prominent men of Washington from the colored men in every section of the country can be accepted as an interest and concern. Okay, this is pretty much the shit we talking about right now. Boring. I ain't gonna lie to you, Chad. There's certain shit in the archives that I'll be like, oh, this is boring as hell. Let's see. And these are all black newspapers, so all black newspapers. But the Broad Acts, what were they talking about? 1907. New City Charter overwhelmingly defeated. Death of Colonel Clark Irvine. Wealthy Negro is here. Who this article about, chat? Who is this article about? Look at the name. J.F. Groves. Now, if I'm not mistaken, Junior's Junius's middle name started with a G. I thought it was Junius G. Groves. Could this be a typo? Could this be his son? Nah, no. No, this is him. This is how you know, chat. They used to have way more group violence back in the day. Oh yeah, for sure. Mobs and shit. Yo, one day, probably this week, we are going to talk about the Negro lynch mobs. I like talking about niche stuff like that. I know a lot of people only talk about the white lynch mobs, but there were black lynch mobs too. This is funny. Wealthy Negro is here. J.F. Groves, who is greatest farmer of his race, makes great exhibit at Negroes Fair. 27 years ago, worked as a farmhand at 40 cents a day. J.F. Groves, a Negro who today owns over 3,000 acres of fertile land and is reputed to be the wealthiest representative of his race in the United States. Yeah. Junius G. Groves. I don't know why they got it F, but Junius Groves. And I love how, like, in the late 19th century, early 20th century, they just put the two initials for your first and middle name and then just ran your last name. And that's significant because legacy and last name meant more than your first name back then. You holding it down for your family, you representing your family, you representing your last name meant way more than your first name. JF, JG, you dig? Me, my author name is that. It's the first two initials of my name and then my last name. You dig what I'm saying? I got that from the ancestors. Thought it sounded pretty fucking cool. SD Redmond, SB Fuller. That shit sound fire as hell. Anything on here that I don't know? At Edwardsville Groves, has 550 acres of fertile Kaw Valley farmland. Potatoes are planted on 210 acres, and he has acquired the sobriquet. Is that word? Sobriquet of the colored, I guess the name of the colored potato king, the Negro potato king of America. See, I told you I ain't lying. I don't have to lie on the ancestors. Proof. This is an article in the what? In the Broad Acts of 1907. Come on, man. So they was talking about, so he had an exhibit. Okay, so Grove's exhibit at the fair includes 1 carload of potatoes. And when they say carload, they're talking about a train car, not a vehicle, or a regular driving vehicle in the car. They're talking about train carload. Train carload of potatoes, a fine assortment of Duroc Jersey hogs, several spans of horses and mules, vegetables, farm wagons, and implements. It is the most elaborate display entered by any exhibitor. Groves will preside Wednesday at the Farmers Congress to be held in the Women's Art Building. Ephraim Rucker, Dennis Spence, John W. Ewing, and John Nichols, Sheraton County, and other Negro farmers of Missouri will attend. Grove's 2 daughters will compete tomorrow in a contest for pianists. They are college graduates, and as are several of his sons, and all of his children have high school educations. Come on now. We getting more information. This is more than what Booker T. Washington said. The above short article and the comment to back it up were the last lines written for the Broad Acts by Colonel Clark Irvine. Let's see. Oh, so that was it. Oh, here we go. What we got? We got more? Do we have more? Oh, no. Okay, it's just moving on to the next thing. Now, I saw something about gambling. Hold on. John Johnson, the king among the sport. Hold on. John Johnson, the king among the sporting element in Chicago, has joined the heavenly host. So he died. John Johnson, better known as Mushmouth Johnson, who was for a long time king among the sporting or the gambling element in Chicago, cashed in his last checks and joined the heavenly host for last Friday while in Brooklyn, New York, where he went from Atlantic City, New Jersey for the purpose of visiting Miss West, who was the first of his best lady friends, who was one of his best lady friends. He breathed his last. His remains arrived in Chicago on Saturday morning from the east, accompanied by his sister, Mrs. Louise Ray. In the afternoon of the same day, his mother, Mrs. Ellen Johnson, and Miss Dora Johnson, his single sister, arrived from the east in company with Dr. George C. Hall, who endeavored to assist to restore him to good health. While both of them were resuscitating at Atlantic City, but it was a no-go for the greatest of all Negro gambling kings in Chicago. Cannot be, or he would not be, control himself or remain quiet for a short length of time, having a weak heart, and brought on his own death. Wait, what? But it was a no-go for the greatest of all the Negro gambling kings in Chicago. Could not, or he would not, control himself or remain quiet for a short length of time, and having a weak heart, he brought on his own death. From Saturday evening until Monday morning, his body laid in state at his late so-called home. Yo, they be giving whole addresses and shit in here. Funeral services were held over his remains at Institutional Church on Monday in the church in Dearborn Street. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, so I heard about Mushmouth Johnson. He was a huge gambler and had like a whole numbers racket and shit like that. Memphis says, hopefully the Groves family put his wealth to good use and they still have it. I mean, it'd be nice, but I doubt it. A lot of old money don't really last like that. I'll let y'all know this. Like statistically, they say about 70% of your wealth will be gone by your grandchildren. So make sure you are teaching your children how to be stewards with money. Make sure, even with all of that education you're giving your children, that you have irrevocable trust, that you have custodial accounts that they can't have access to and shit like that. Because for the most part, if you give your children, if you just leave your wealth to your children, like just giving it to them, by the time your grandchildren become grown, they will have squandered away all of that money, all of it. I remember I read that. I forgot what stat, but yeah, there was like 70% or something like that of wealthy people. Their wealth is squandered by their grandchildren's generation. Let's see what else we got here. The Negro's debt to Lincoln. What the hell? Okay, Robert Moton, that's my man's, because he took over after Booker T died. So what year is this? Yeah, 1922. Booker T died in 1915. We not about to talk about how we owe Abraham Lincoln, though, Rob. I ain't gonna hold you. Not tonight on my stream. We'll talk about that another time, Jack. Oh, Lincoln, shit. Weldon Johnson, I know about him as well. $1 million assets for North Carolina Insurance Company. The 22nd annual statement of the North Carolina Mutual Life Insurance Company for the year ending December 31st, 1920, made public recently, shows steady and healthy growth. Admitted assets are $1,115,312.69, as against the $774,935 for 1919, an increase of $440,000. Insurance in force is nearly $7 million more than the preceding year. The company, claiming to be the largest Negro insurance company in the world, is doing an old-time legal reserve business, is using a variety of policies, including industrial, ordinary, whole life, 10, 15, and 20 payment life, 10, 15, and 20 payment life, 10, 15, and 20 year endowment, and operates now in North Carolina, Georgia, Maryland, Mississippi, Arkansas, Alabama, South Carolina, Virginia, Florida, Tennessee, Oklahoma, and the District of Columbia. Founded in 1899 by the late John Merrick, its present officers are Dr. A.M. Moore, President J.M. Avery, Vice President C.C. Spalding, Secretary Treasury E.R. Merrick, Assistant Treasury Dr. Clyde Donnell, and Medical Director W.J. Kennedy. I told you they always do the first two letters of the name. Yeah, that's a fact. That's a fact, Sammy. Sammy says addresses ain't as dangerous to disclose prior to pocket GPS in the internet. That's a fact. Yo, in these newspapers, Sammy, it's funny that you say that. In these newspapers, they would literally have I don't even want to call it gossip for real, but they would just let you know, like, they'd be like, Sammy Ivories is back in town from Africa. Him and his wife went out and stuff. Like, they would just put that in the newspaper. Like, the minute somebody who ran the newspaper saw you, Sammy, they'd be like, oh, Sammy's back in town, and put that in the newspaper. Like, if you was ducking from somebody, they got you all in the newspaper. Like, imagine, Sammy, you owed me some money. I'm chilling and shit like that. Yo, when I see this nigga Sammy, I'm gonna be on his ass. I am not playing with this nigga. He better, oh my God, I can't wait to see this nigga. He gotta come back. He gotta come back to the city at some point. And then I open up the newspaper that morning, and it says Sammy Ivories and wife returned back to the city. I'm like, yeah. And I'm coming to your door like this with the newspaper. Like, nigga, you thought I wasn't gonna find out? You thought I wasn't gonna find out you was back in the city? Give me my motherfucking money, Sammy. I'm trying to tell you. Oh, man. You know what you owe me, nigga. All right, let's see what else we got. Oh, man. Man, y'all are funny. Look at this. This is 1920. Look at this title. The future of America may depend on the way it treats the colored race. The whites can't bluff out a crooked treatment of our colored fellow citizens much longer. Let's get together. Chevy says ain't no ducking the smoke with everything local. That's a fact. That's a fact. Oh, man. What other headlines? All right, Sammy and Memphis, y'all active in here. Give me some keywords I can search for in the newspaper. Give me something that y'all interested in. See what we got. Southern white men talk about new Negro. Gives each of her 12 children $700. Who is this? Leprosy victim leaves town to evade hospital. Wow. Wait, 22 Negro martyrs. What? The ceremony of beautification for 22 Negroes who died martyrs for the faith in Uganda under King Mwanga was celebrated Sunday with great pomp in the Basilica of St. Peter's. During the afternoon, Pope Benedict descended to St. Peter's accompanied by the cardinals to venerate the pictures and relics of these humble saints. Jeez. You know anything about this, Sammy? I know you. I don't know what part of Africa you from, but they say this is Uganda. King Mwanga. Let's see. Let's look him up. Come on. I don't know. King Mwanga. I've never heard of this guy. Well, I don't really do African history like that. You want me to look up Memphis? I got you, Memphis. I know you want me to look up Memphis. I'm not saying that whole name. Was the 31st Kabaka of Buganda who ruled from 1884 to... No, this can't be him. This can't be the same person. Or it could be, I guess. It is doing a commemoration. See, yeah, African history, that shit is vast, boy. It's a whole continent and shit like that. It's huge. So we'll get out of that. Well, I'll follow up with that at another time. Memphis wants me to search Memphis. That's fine. We can do that. Let's go on up. Let's see. We're gonna read front pages only because you're only giving me a city, so I know Memphis is Memphis. Jeez. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Yeah, look, 11,000 results. Memphis. Okay, I gotta read this housewife shit. Let's see. The biggest home service event in Mississippi history, free, first annual Negro Home Service Fair, in Kitchen Carnival, College Park Auditorium. Who is Mississippi's outstanding housewife? Ladies, enter the Advocate Scholarship Fund contest. Winners will get many fine prizes. First place winner will also receive free weekend trip to Memphis with all expenses paid. Yo, son. Yo, check this out. Memphis asked me to look up Memphis, right? And yo, they had the best housewife competitions. They had the best housewife competitions, dog. We need to get back. This was just in 1954. This was just in 1954. It wasn't that far away. We had housewife competitions, man. We used to be a proper race. We used to be a proper country. Oh, man. And look, June 17th, 18th, and 19th, a whole weekend. That's so fire. Yo. Yo. So, this is why I love history, right? So, we having a housewife competition in Jackson, Mississippi. And first prize winner gets a weekend trip to Memphis with all expense paid. Oh, man. That's fine. How you feel about that, Memphis? Your city was a destination. It was a vacation spot. All right. What's the next one? What's the next one? What's the next one? What's the next one? What we got? West Memphis has new park site. Mrs. L. Kendall, real estate dealer of West Memphis, Arkansas. No, that's not what we're looking for. We're not looking for Arkansas. I didn't even know there was a Memphis in Arkansas. Fake advertising man held. West Memphis, Arkansas again. What the hell was going on in West Memphis, Arkansas that all of this news is coming out of there? Jeez. Up and down Farris Street. Yo, Mississippi love their Farris Street history. We're going to do a video on them. Let's see. What we got here mentioned in Memphis. Among other things, Reverend Fuller. Hold on. Reverend T.O. Fuller. Let's see. Because if this man is a fucking Samuel B. Fuller's father or something like that, I'm going to be like, oh my God, we going full circle on everything right now. Also known as Thomas Oscar Fuller, was a prominent African-American Baptist minister in Memphis, Tennessee. He was also a state senator in North Carolina. You know about him, Memphis? See, I don't remember. See, Samuel B. Fuller's pops, I think he died, so I don't think this is the same person. All right, back to the article. It's not exciting. All right, since it's 11,000 results, we're going to do... Oh, he has a park. Okay, for sure. See, it's history in them there hills. We're going to do front page only after this. Father of two slain in Memphis. No. We're not going to do bad news tonight. We're not going to do no bad news tonight. I'm 100% tweeting that housewife shit, though. Muskogee wins. Blues Bowl. Classic from Hamilton High. W.C. Handy blows trumpet. So, wait, y'all was going crazy. So Memphis, Tennessee, there was a great night out at the Booker T. Washington Stadium, another monument or another establishment named after the GOAT, Booker T. Washington. That was the manner in which a myriad of spectators described the 7th annual edition of the Beale Street Elks Blues game, in which the Hamilton High School team of Memphis disproved the expectations of many Memphians and held the highly touted Muskogee, Oklahoma Manual Training High School Championship Gridiron 11 to, this is a football game. Got you. We all know, y'all know about Prince Hall, our first Negro Freemason. Yeah. Born in Barbados. Yeah, shout out to that. I got a whole thing on that coming, so don't even trip. I'm gonna click this one last one. Sammy, come on, give me a keyword. Chat, give me a keyword. Come on now. We about to end the night. Memphis. What's this? Memphis, Tennessee. Special to the Freemen following the record of the Memphis Giants Baseball Club. Oh, okay. The Memphis Giants. What you know about the Memphis Giants? Who's this young lady? Nettie Glenn. She's cute. Dolph went to Hamilton. See, look, there we go. Look at that history, man. See, that's one thing I'll give y'all. I'll give y'all that in the South, man. Y'all have a lot more. Y'all got a lot more, like just the South period. A lot of y'all history has stayed intact a lot more than in certain spots up north. Five Forks in Georgia. We'll get to that. I don't gotta type in Georgia because I'm pretty sure Five Forks ain't gonna be, Is that it for this? I'll do front pages for Memphis real quick. We do like 2 more for Memphis, and then we're gonna go to Five Forks. Let's do front pages only. The Freeman, this is where they got all my favorite cartoons in this one. So let me see what cartoon they showing us first. What's the cartoon? Gotta look at the cartoon first. Hold on. Only white Teamsters want it now. Teamsters owner. Boycotted businesses. Assault, violence, some opportunity. Okay, so what we're seeing here is the strikes in Chicago and then the union owner. Hold on, let's zoom out because I want to see what he was chopping down with that axe. Oh, got you. So he was sharpening the axe with the wheel. Got you. And so all of the businesses that black people were boycotting and all of that other stuff, he used it to his advantage. When will it end thus? Okay. Now what was going on in here? Who is this guy? Who are you, brother? JT Settle. Who's JT Settle, Memphis? JT Settle. Josiah T. Settle. Was a lawyer in Washington, D.C., Mississippi, Memphis, Tennessee. Was part of Howard University's first graduating class in 1872. In 1875, he moved to Mississippi and was elected member of the Mississippi House of Representatives in 1883. In 1885, he moved to Memphis, where he was appointed Assistant Attorney General in Shelby County. He held that position for 2 years before turning to private practice. Okay. What they tell you about JT when y'all was coming up, Memphis? All right. We got one more for Memphis, and then we got to move on to Five Forks because I'm interested in seeing what Five Forks is about. Let's see what this one is. I like to go to the ones with pictures and shit. Who is this? Miss Joella Oliver. Oh, damn. I'll be going crazy with the Zoom. Hold on. There we go. Our Memphis scribe sounds. The color people must hang together and have pride of race and color. Bruce Gritt, a peerless writer and logician, face bleaches and hair preparations condemned. A tribute to President Roosevelt, the mixing of races. So we got a lot going on over here. But who is Miss Joella Oliver? And that's the last person we're gonna look up for Memphis. We've been talented all along. Oh, is she lost to history? Does nobody know her on the internet? See, this is what I be doing, chat. I ain't gonna lie, this is exactly what I be doing. When the Googles don't have her, and I'm the only one that know them. Oh yeah, y'all don't know about Joella. Y'all don't know shit about Joella. All right, so that was that. Shout out to Memphis. It clearly has a deep history. We had over 11,000 results, and I filtered for black newspapers, and not even all of them, just the top 30. So in the top 30 black newspapers, Memphis was on the front page 15, almost 1,600 times. And if we just talking about the mention of Memphis, it was over 11,000. Five Forks seems super interesting. What Memphis got to say. A lot of folks from Memphis have roots in Mississippi. If you go back far enough, then from Memphis to Chicago after the Great Migration. Yo, I would just yo, real shit, Memphis. Just from that little bit of searching that I was doing. All right, they never taught about JT. Okay, but just from that little search that I was doing, I saw that like Mississippi came up a lot. First of all, the Jackson Advocate was it's called Jackson Advocate. So obviously it's Jackson, Mississippi. So yeah, I see the connection just contemporarily. That makes sense. All right, so let's look up Five Forks. And again, these are all black newspapers, so we'll see what they got to say. Only 7 results for the front page. Let's see what they got for everything, not just the front page. 169 references to Five Forks. All right, Sammy, let's see what we got. Wait, this is looking like the same thing over and over again. They about to hit me with the oop-de-wop. What the hell? It's just the same thing all over and over again. So was this like an ad or something? Anytime you see a repeat shit like that, it's usually an ad. So it will pay you to interest yourself in promoting the circulation of the Richmond Planet. The Battle of Five Forks, Virginia. Come on, man. If we're going to keep getting this same thing, we're going to have to use another keyword. Jackson is like 3 or 4 hours south of Memphis. Oh, okay. Got you. I ain't gonna hold you, Sammy. This is looking like the same shit over and over again, Brody. What's this one? Custer's widow remembers massacres but hasn't been west since 1876. Yeah. Sammy says, historically, I know Five Forks. Trickham Road was a road people who made alcohol during Prohibition would go down to lose the police. It would branch to Five Forks and cops wouldn't know which way to go. Ooh. Okay. So let's see if we do... I don't know if it's gonna help, but we can see. We put Prohibition in here. See what they got to say. Okay, we got 8 results for that, and it's the same GD. Let's see what they got to say. 1905, so definitely during Prohibition. Additional 5 degrees, $13. 13 deaths at Pittsburgh, 5 dead in Philadelphia, and at Five Forks. Yeah, they not telling us much there. Sammy boy, I don't know. See what the Richmond Planet got to say. Yeah, see, yeah, nah, they not giving me. They not giving me nothing, Sam. But I'm glad you gave me that lore though. That's super dope. Yeah, I think that's it tonight, fellas. Trying to think. Oh, the Claude. So let me give y'all a little bit, and then we're gonna get up out of here. So, sorry. So I say primary sources on land being granted to freed slaves. Only primary sources. What we got? It says major primary sources. Sherman's Special Field Order number 15. Okay. Found in the official records of the American Civil War. Freedmen's Bureau Act of 1865. Okay. Thaddeus Stevens Amendment. Okay. So this is what I normally do. Right? So we'll do this. Right? We'll do this. Search Google. Boom. That stupid AI overview shit. That's cool. Oh, so there you go. 40 acres and a mule. That's where that comes from. And then what I'll do, I'll go to the wiki, and then I immediately, without even reading any of this stuff, son definitely had PTSD for sure. But I go to references, and this is where I live. This is where I live right here, chat. Especially, I look for the dates. I look for the oldest dates. So this one is 2013. So that's a dub for me. And it was the root. Ugh, give me a break. 2014 dub. But this one says Woodson, 1925. Free Negro heads of families in the United States together with a brief treatment of the free Negroes. Carter G. Woodson. Boom. Carter G. Woodson. Good source, 1925. Still not primary, though. It says page doesn't exist, so that means I got to search for it by myself, which is fine. Okay, but I'm looking for primary sources. I'm looking for the date in which these things actually happened. We're looking for 1865 in the references, not 1970, 1978, 2008. We're looking for 1865. That's what we're looking for. And that's what I do. I just go through the references and look for the earliest sources of whatever this wiki is, wherever the wiki is talking about. It needs to be corroborated by primary sources, because what a lot of people will do, chat, is they'll read an interpretation of the past and then interpret that, and then before you know it, we playing the game of historical telephone and research telephone, to where you just reinterpreting what another person interpreted, which was interpreted from the primary source. And this is what I'm talking about. You see a lot of 1990s, a lot of 1960s, 2001. You know what I'm saying? Like, I need some earlier than that, man. You gotta give me better. Like, not to say that these sources are not valid, but it's just like, dog, I'm not here for your interpretation about what happened. I want to read what happened and interpret it myself. That's what I want to do initially. If I can't, get that from anything else, then, it is what it is. So this is what I normally do. I just go through the primary sources. You feel me? And then I look them up. So that's what I do, chat, all day long. So thank you guys. That was, we're gonna call it. I think we did it. We've been here for how long? We've been here for 4.5 hours, chat. So before I get up out of here, let me say thank you to my man Sammy, of course, Memphis, of course. Y'all was going crazy. Vincent, of course, I got my bullseye emoji, so you know, I'm fed. Scruggs, of course. Glasgow came through. Watcher came through. Yeah. All my day ones came through, so I ain't even tripping. Donique, shout out to you for coming through. And of course, shout out to my man Ye for coming through. Yeah, I appreciate y'all coming in. I appreciate y'all learning. I appreciate y'all interacting in the chat. Tell your friends to tell a friend to tell a friend. I'm going to start requiring y'all to retweet the link when it's time for the stream to start. I want as many people up in here as possible. You dig what I'm saying? So thank y'all for coming through and continuously coming through. It means the world to me. You know, make sure y'all going back and watching the old episodes and stuff like that too, man, and tapping in. I know it's a lot of talking and stuff like that. This one was 4.5 hours long, so I get it. But understand, I appreciate every single last one of y'all for coming through. Thank you, Sammy. Thank you. Sammy says another great one with 3 fire emojis. I appreciate it. Shout out to Memphis, of course. Y'all keep me on my toes out here. Yo, remember, man, we cannot get to the future without the present, and we cannot hit the present without the past. We don't study the past to live in the past. We don't study history to live in the past. We do it to order our steps in the present so we can positively affect our future. This was another episode of Hotep History Live. I am your host, President Hotep Dubes. Feel free to at me at Hotep Dubes on Twitter. Make sure you follow me. And as always, everybody, you know what I'm about to say. Hotep and Bill, man. Hotep and Bill.